the 2026 NCLEX practice analysis and 2026 NCLEX test plans. Come on. This is the information we've been waiting for, right? How many people are excited to know if the 2026 test plan is changing? So I hope this lady is going to give us the information. We have a long day ahead of us. So if they get the information out there, then maybe we could talk about it. Let's go, girl. Okay, what is she saying? She said by the end of the session, you'll be able to understand the practice analysis and pending updates to the 2026 NCLEX test plan. So what are they? Okay. And you know the practice analysis, we got to start with the practice analysis because the practice analysis tells us what real nurses are doing. And so she's saying the overview of the practice analysis is done every 3 years. How many people knew that? Every 3 years. So the exam remains current. And the practice analysis, and y'all can read this. This is how I know. The overview of the practice analysis describes what newly RNs and LPNs are doing. So we about to see what are they doing and if that changes the current test plan. Okay. So I know the last time I read this, it said that I'm trying to charge my phone because if my phone dies, I'm going to lose TikTok. And I know that's not what y'all want. TikTok, if my phone dies and I lose TikTok, just go to Facebook, okay? Okay. All right, here we go. Let me see what she's saying. So the last time I read the practice analysis, it was talking about how LPNs, when they graduate, most LPNs get out and they get jobs where? In nursing homes. And most RNs, when they get out, they get jobs on med-surg floors. And so that's why most of NCLEX RN is acute care because they're on med-surg floors and med-surg situations. And most LPNs are doing chronic conditions, long-term care, pharmacology, all pharmacology. You got to know it. So when they do a practice analysis, what they're looking at is nationwide surveys on what new nurses are doing, the importance to client safety, and then also the demographics. But this is my thing, okay? And thank you guys so much. I made over 10,000 hearts already. Thank you. Okay, this is my thing. NCLEX is very much, you guys have to understand this. They only survey people where? In the United States. In the United States. So that means that if you're coming even from Canada, or if you're coming from Jamaica or Haiti or Ghana, you have to understand how the United States work. It's not just nursing care. It's literally nursing care inside of a culture of a country. That's one of the challenging things about the NCLEX exam, is that it's just as much a cultural exam as it is a nursing exam. Okay. So one of the things that I try to do when I'm preparing you is I try to use the language that we use in the United States. I teach how we learn in the United States. Okay. So right now she's saying that, of course, we're talking about practice analysis still. It has to be backed up by the test plan. It has to be fair. But fair is subjective. If you're not from the US, you have to be from the US, okay, for this culture. Any updates that I see, absolutely, V2 will be prepped for. There's already some things. Nursing care inside of a culture in a country is an absolute bar. Thanks. There are already some things that we've done, some things that I'll be talking about this week to help you position yourself. But listen, this is what I'm saying. For the majority of people who are watching this, you can take NCLEX now. There's no reason you should wait until April 1st of the year 2026 of our Lord to take this exam. If you can take it now, okay? Still talking about practice analysis, why it matters. Talking about there were 10 methodologies from various US regions, specialties, and settings. All of them were new RNs or newly licensed RNs. And 149 activities were included, or activity statements. So this is where they're going. They're going over how they developed all of these things. What happens next April? We're waiting to hear. If I could take it, I would. I'm waiting for my diploma. Can I get a V2 hardcover? Yes, you can get this book. You can get this one if you go to the website. Okay, go under products. You can get this one. All right, follow me here because honestly, probably every day this week, I will be doing presentations. I will be talking about this in long form. Some of you may not be able to stay for the whole conference. So I will be doing presentations with my partners. I'll be doing presentations for international nurses. On Sunday at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, I'm going to be doing NCLEX updates and what it means for international nurses. Okay. Because everything that I'm expecting them to say, will definitely affect international nursing preparation. We're still waiting. How much time does somebody need to prepare for NCLEX? Most people in the United States need about 6 weeks. So if you are choosing my NCLEX course program, you get the 3-month option just to be on the safe side. Yeah, I think that when you talk about NCLEX being a difficult exam, what makes it difficult is the fact that you can be asked on over 200 medications. And even if you haven't given a medication, this is why everybody needs an NCLEX review. Even if you have never given a medication, NCLEX will expect you to know about the most common medications. Even if you have, never heard of a condition, NCLEX will expect you to know about that condition, right? Yes, I'm having a promo right now. The promo right now is tell me your story. So if you DM me your story, then you will get a plan and a discount to my course. Okay, but you got to DM me first. It's a private thing. I don't want to do comments on the screen. So for example, if I open up QuickFacts and I talk about, they cut me off. They cut us off. The broadcast just abruptly ended. They were going to talk about how old the average age of the RNs that were sampled, 32 years old, female. This is where they're getting their information from mostly. The average age, 32 years old, female. Educationally, the group was associate's degree and baccalaureate prepared nurses. Most RNs worked in the hospital. Okay. Ambulatory care was less common. Long-term care, less common for RNs. We already knew that. I already said that 5 minutes ago. And then, look, guys, the broadcast just shut down. They're having issues with it. Man, oh man, you would think that an organization, and this is honestly why they should just do this conference in person again. And I think that this year, probably they'll consider doing it in person because I've never seen so many technical issues for this conference before. Okay, so we're back on now. Over 87% of the people who determine what is on the NCLEX are females. Isn't that wild? Male nurses, we love you, but there's not enough of you. There's definitely not enough of you. Orientation. So what are they saying about new nurses? 97% of new nurses will get an orientation. Okay. What? Okay. The activities that are the lowest for RNs, Okay, so these are the ones that most likely won't be on NCLEX. Antepartum, phototherapy, postpartum care. The ones that are most applicable are implementing providers' orders, applying infection prevention. That's interesting. 100% of new nurses apply infection prevention principles. 100% of new nurses have to do proper client identification. 100% of new nurses have to do safe medication handling. 100% of new nurses have to recognize limitations in practice and how to in using resources. 100% of new nurses have to maintain client dignity and privacy. The highest frequency activities of new RNs, infection prevention. This is it, okay? I think this is where we'll see NCLEX changing. Client identification and safe medication handling. I wonder what they're going to do with that information, because we're about to talk about the 2026 changes. This is where we're getting into the 2026 changes, okay? I don't have a soft copy of this book. All right. Most nurses are not in labor and delivery. Most new nurses, probably because it's hard to get into labor and delivery. When people get into labor and delivery, they don't want to leave. It's easy to get into med surg because people want to leave med surg. We are live at the NCLEX conference. Are you guys enjoying this? This is the first time I've ever done anything like this, where I'm giving you real live updates from the makers. We're listening to Nurse Brittany RN. Okay, are we in the building or what? They don't know. I got the entire nursing community. They're tapped in. Tap in. Tap. I just got to make sure that we are locked and loaded here. Okay, I just said new nurses are not in labor and delivery. They're not in labor and delivery. So does that mean we'll get fewer questions on the NCLEX about that subject? Not too bad. She says, we have reviewed the survey results and the key findings from the 2024 practice analysis. Now let's shift our focus to the practical nurses. So we just talked about the RNs. Now let's go to the PNs. All right, what are the PNs doing? So licensed practical nurses and licensed vocational nurses are the same thing, okay? LPNs and LVNs. So we got to go through the kind of boring stuff. It's not boring, but it's just how the panel was assembled, okay? So we know that they had 8 subject matter experts that contributed to the development of the practical nurse analysis. Most of them worked with or supervised new LPNs, LVNs. Okay, so it's the same thing. They have to go through the same thing. Did she say anything about home testing yet for NCLEX RN? No, and Kendra, I told you, home testing is not happening. But no, my theory hasn't been founded or disproved yet. They haven't said anything. What they're talking about now is 26,000 practical nurses had this survey sent out. I wonder how many answered. Okay, so they sent it out to 26,000. How many people returned it? My goodness. Y'all not going to believe how many people filled in the survey. How many people y'all think actually did the survey? Practical nurses, y'all have to do better. Y'all have to do better. We're missing opportunities. 26,000 people got the survey. Guess how many people filled it out? Oh my goodness. No, that's not good. What do y'all think? How many people do you think filled out the PN survey? Angelina said 400. It's not that bad. Yo, 500. Oh no. Okay, no. Okay, y'all are saying 200 people. Out of 26,000 people that got the survey, 5,845 filled it out. 5,000. So that means that like 20,000 people didn't participate. That's terrible. Okay, the average PN that did do it was older. Okay, 34 years old. And 89% of them were female. Where the male participants at? Education. 85% of them were diploma nurses and 11% were associate degree nurses. How can you get the survey? I believe it's random. I don't think she said how they can get it, how you can get it. But they need to, if those were the results that somebody in ReMar brought back to me, I am going to be like, you got to find a different way to reach these people. Text message them, something. It says that 93% of new LPNs receive orientation. Mentorship or preceptorship is the most common way. And guess how long most PNs get a preceptor? For me, this is good. I think it's a little bit, it says 4.5, like about 4.5 weeks, 4.8 weeks. That's how long your orientation will be if you are a practical nurse. That's a month. Okay. That's a month. Now, is a month long enough? I don't think so. Okay. Let's talk about where PNs are not working or what they're not doing. PNs, the lowest are in labor and delivery, of course. Caring for infants and toddlers, too, very low. And also identifying prenatal complications. Most new nurses are not here. Why don't they take this off the NCLEX? Should this be taken off the NCLEX altogether? You said in the UK they only get 2 weeks of preceptorship. Oh my goodness, that's not good. Okay, highest activities that PNs are doing. No. Let me say this right. Organizing and prioritizing care. Prioritization for PNs, Wait, it went too fast. Legal issues. How is it legal? Providing care within legal scope. That makes sense. That's essentially delegation and assignment. And maintaining client confidentiality. Those are the things that are going to be on the exam for PNs. Somebody said they should. Yes, assignment. That makes sense. Legal scope of practice, meaning you know what you're supposed to do, and PNs they know what RNs are supposed to do. But maybe they should just take off maternity from NCLEX because RNs are not working with, PNs are not working with infants and toddler care. It's so low. The highest rated activities for PNs, this is what she's saying. Come on, Brittany. All right, the highest rated activities. Don't you pay? I hate when people talk, like when they talk too slow or they say the same thing over and over again. You got it. What? Okay. Safe nursing care. Safe nursing care. Okay. That's what PNs need to be focused on. Legal issues. Medication administration. Well, that makes sense because that's what most practical nurses do. Especially in school, they focus on just passing medication. They focus on getting y'all to understand hands-on care. But they don't focus that much on, this is where I think PN struggle, this critical thinking of who does what and prioritization. I don't think practical nurses get enough prioritization. That's why they should take an NCLEX review. You have to retake maternity and peds. Let me help you with that. Maternity and peds is where I start my NCLEX course. I think it's foundational. They don't have enough RNs in labor and delivery because they only hired a few Black nurses. I definitely think that there should be more minorities in labor and delivery. Absolutely, I agree. I think that labor and delivery is a cultural experience. I think that when I was in Kenya, I realized that they do maternity so different. Nurses in other countries, even in the Philippines, nurses in other countries are able to deliver babies legally. As nurses in the United States, we can't deliver babies. Like if you deliver a baby without an OB being there, it's a big deal. It's out of your scope of practice. But there were also so many male nurses in Africa in maternity. It just blew my mind. What did they say? Okay, they just talking about how the data was used. They interviewed the documents. They did activity laws. And so now the findings support the test plan development for RNs and PNs. She is getting to telling us, hold on, let me, she is getting to telling us about the test plan. Come on, girl. Does it have to be a doula? No, I don't think so. I think I missed parts of that conversation that you guys are having. Okay, here we go. The test plan. She's saying the practice analysis identifies what newly licensed nurses do in practice. And so the test plan takes that data and translates it to what we will assess on the licensure examination. Okay, so what is the test plan? Oh, Lord. Okay, so she about to tell us what the test plan is. For those of you who don't know what the test plan is, this is good. The test plan outlines what is tested. Thank you, Brittany. Brittany's going to get us through here, okay? Brittany's saying the test plan is the blueprint. How many of you have ever taken a look at the test plan, okay? It's something that you can actually Google, all right? It's not secret. It reflects real-world practice. It includes the client needs. It's fair. It's written by the categories. It's for, who is it for? Well, I guess it is, she just said, who is the test plan for? I guess it's for you. It's for educators and program directors. That's me. It's for nursing candidates preparing for the exam. That's you. And it's also for item writers. That's going to be some of you. Okay, that's going to be some of you. Some of you said you're going to actually apply to write NCLEX questions. So that's going to be really cool. We are live here at the NCLEX conference, waiting on the most important information. And we are listening to, let me show you her picture for those of you who are just coming in. Not her, not him. We are listening to her right now. And she's telling us how this test plan is very important because it has to be legally defensible. All right. It has to be legally defensible. It has to protect public safety. And it has to care for the client safety. Okay. And because the test plan is updated every 3 years, it is actually addressing the changes in healthcare. Isn't this good? All right. She's saying this test plan is a powerful tool for the future of nursing. Okay. So my predictions before this gets to where it's going to get, I do believe that they're going to change some of the names of the categories. Okay. And that's one of the things. Okay. I also think that they might, I don't know if she's going to talk about this, but I also feel like it's time for them to maybe change how many questions people have to take. I don't know. I don't think everybody needs to. I feel like maybe everybody doesn't need to take 85 as a minimum. Okay, here we go. This is okay. She's going over the 2023 test plan. So first she's going to go over the 2023 test plan, and then she's going to compare that probably to the new test plan. So right now she is just talking about what test plan we have been using for the last 3 years. And we actually are going to use this test plan until April of 2026. So everybody that's taking the NCLEX now, January, even when January 1st rolls in, remember, NCLEX won't change because of that. We are live from the conference. We are learning about the 2026 test plan changes. Do you know the safety and infection control right now is 10 to 16% of the PN exam? I wonder if that will change, because we just saw that 100% of practical nurses are dealing with infection control. Why is it only 10% of the exam? Right? Health promotion, 6 to 12% of the PN exam. I think we're going to see the PN exam test plan change. It needs to change just by what they showed us. What else? What were you guys saying? You just, yes. Questions, comments? Does the test plan tell us what diseases they will be tested on? No, it doesn't tell us the exact diseases. I get that information from somewhere else. I can't say where I get that information from, because that's a ReMar. That's a ReMar internal operation. Okay, so I'm sharing everything with you guys as much as I can. All right, but I always put it in quick facts. So these diseases in here are the ones you need to know. That's why some people say they pass NCLEX with just quick facts. It's because the med surge information in quick facts for NCLEX is top notch. All right, right now she's going back over information about how the test plan is developed. So my goal for this is to kind of bring you guys behind the scenes to how NCLEX is thought about from the educators level. Many of you have never attended the NCLEX conference. You don't know how it goes down, or you're not familiar with the test plan or how questions are written. I think that there would be a demand for this information if people knew that they even had it, right? A lot of anxiety. And what I'm doing right now, thank you for the hearts. What I'm doing right now is I'm working incredibly hard. Okay. Maybe it doesn't look like it, but I'm trying to shift the culture of NCLEX. Okay. I'm trying to shift the culture by empowering you, the nursing student, with knowledge. And my entire goal is that by you listening to this live, at the end of it, you have less what? Less anxiety. That's what I'm doing. Okay. So, usually I would watch this and I would just watch it alone. I would just watch it alone. But I think there is a benefit, and I think there's a beauty when you take an individual and you empower them with knowledge, and then they're able to move differently. They're able to have a different relationship with something. And this is very much reminding me of back in like 2013, when I started doing free reviews. I started going live for free, and I would just do lessons for free on YouTube. And I remember nobody was doing that. And I felt like a weirdo for a long time, because doing free NCLEX reviews, I was doing Monday motivation. And it was so weird, because you never saw anybody that looked like me doing that. And now I love it, because there's so much of that. I see so many people that now are able to come into NCLEX space, and now they're doing lives. And I see organizations that are much bigger than ReMar doing these types of broadcasts, right? What is it? Good. So I'm in it to shift the entire culture, right? And it starts with something like this. Okay, here we go, y'all. Here we go. We are at the RN test plan. Here she go. The overall structure is the same. It's not changing. Client needs, categories, and percentages are not changing. There are minor edits for clarity, currency, and alignment. This is the big part, okay? One new activity is now added in. Category 1, management of care. Okay. For the PN, one new activity has been added in. Coordinated care. What? Essentially, y'all, nothing has changed. She says these are modest adjustments, not structural changes, but they ensure the test plan remains reflective of current real-world practice. I don't know. I mean, nothing's changed. Literally, not a percentage, not a, I mean, for the PNs, 2 new statements are added. One is deleted. So they're going to get rid of, no, they're not. No. Okay. Yeah, no. Okay, here's the summary. I got to take a screenshot of this because now she's talking fast. Okay. All right. The practice analysis reflects real world RN and PN responsibilities. The survey findings guide content. RN and PN practice trends shape the future. We know that. Upcoming test plans will reflect the previous test plan. How do we feel about this? How do we feel about the fact that there's no changes? We were waiting. I was waiting, right? And maybe there's more. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me see who else is coming on after her. Hold on. I'm looking at the agenda. Hold on. Who else is coming on after? How do y'all feel about no test changes? Where's my agenda at? I know. Somebody say it's good. I'm so happy. All right, hold on. I gotta go back to the broadcast. What are the teachers saying? Teachers are saying still no audio, still no video. Some teachers are saying interesting. Somebody's saying, have you asked any of the Canadian LPN instructors? Now that's a word. That's a word right there. Who are you? Okay, so the next person that we're going to talk about is this lady right here. She is up. She's talking about the sensitivity and differential item functioning. Her name is Melissa. I'm going to try to talk about her last name. All right. So I'm asking, I'm taking it this year, so I'm cool. I asked you guys how you felt about NCLEX, the test plan not changing. Okay. And I guess this is a good thing. It is especially look. The educators in the comments. I love the comments because the educators are in here. Here the educators go. When will the 2026 test plan be available? So people are saying, okay, we know that you guys are saying that it's not going to change, but show us the entire test plan. That is not going to come out. Usually they talk about it in September, but they won't let us see the formal test plan until January. Is it January? Is it December? They won't let us see it until January. So people are asking, we want to see the test plan. Jen X says, I'm glad they're not changing it because we have to learn a whole different format. I feel like it's true. It's true. There would be so much education that would be needed if they were talking about changing question types. But I think there's some more people that will be talking later on about some more things. But the educators are saying, I do not think letting students take the NCLEX from their home is protecting the public. Educators, and this is why I agree, taking it at home would be very risky. NCBSN saying, listen, if you have a question or a comment, we'll answer it. they're definitely going to be asking about this NCLEX at home. So NCLEX at home, not happening. Not happening. I'm saying it right now. But a lot of people like you saw that web page, and so they want to know what are you meaning people will be able to take it at home. Educators are asking this in the comments. We don't want it to be taken at home. So they're going to have to address this. They're going to have to address this NCLEX at home. Okay. We are live from the NCLEX conference. We are live from the NCLEX conference. Right now, we have heard, they said, put all your questions and answers in the question and answer section. But there's no question and answer section yet. Nobody has put a question there because they're all putting it in the chat. Lots of attendees here. They used to allow us to know where people came from and who, like, from, if people were there from, ReMar, if people were there from Kaplan, they would say where you're from. But this year they don't say where you're from. I think they need to move this back to a live. I think they need to move this back to a live presentation. And I don't think that this is live. I believe that we're watching a video recording. Okay. I believe that we're watching a video recording, and there is a certain safety net by being able to put out videos. I know, but this really doesn't serve the public in this way, because the educators, they got questions now. They want to know, what are you saying people will be able to take NCLEX at home? People are saying you guys are not addressing that. And it's the same that you guys asked me when you came on here. Are they taking NCLEX at home? I'm waiting for the answer like y'all. Okay. Can someone do the NCLEX with audio? They do have audio accommodations. People will cheat even if it's proctored. There are many ways to kill a rat. I'm telling you, I agree that the biggest problem, and maybe I'll put this in the comments. Okay, they're saying due to them starting late, we won't be getting a break. What? Okay, that's okay. That's okay for me. I got my coconut water right here. Keep me hydrated. We're live from the NCLEX conference. Oli K says, I used ATI for the PN, and honestly, I'm shocked I passed it. ATI questions are much harder than any other NCLEX prep. I'm glad you passed it. I'm glad you passed it. Okay. What else? I totally agree with that. Okay. All right, let me see. There are no changes. That's a good thing. Focus on ReMar. Next Gen V2 is really good, believe me. I hope they dally for at-home testing. Let's keep this. I hope they don't allow at home. Let's keep it professional. See, the interesting thing, though, is that many other professions already allow for NCLEX at home using the system that NCLEX said that they would be using. So many other professions are doing this on view for their proctoring. NCLEX absolutely has already told us that they will be, hold on. That was my phone. NCLEX already told us that they are exploring the technology, and people saw that exploring the technology and they totally bypassed it, and they just started talking about NCLEX at home, NCLEX at home, NCLEX at home. So that's why you've been hearing about it, right? And so, when I said there's no way we can do NCLEX at home right now, people were like, no, what are you talking about? You're just one nurse. You don't know, right? But the reason why, and this is the big thing, is that it's not so much cheating that people will struggle with, right? It's not so much cheating that specifically the company will struggle with. It's not that. You know what it is? Does anybody know what the real issue will be? Okay. All right. I'll show you what the real issue will be. Okay. Just give me 1 second. Just stand by. Hold on. Stand by. Hold on. This is the bigger issue than cheating. All right. Stand by. Hold on. Let me grab something. And I'll tell you what the biggest issue is going to be, okay? It is going to be this. All right? It's seriously going to be somebody just doing this. Okay, don't look at me. Don't look at me. But literally, so 1 minute I'm this, okay? And the next minute when I come on the screen, bam. All I got to do is change my hair and I'm a totally different person. Y'all don't even know me, okay? This is going to be the biggest problem with remote proctoring. It's going to be the fact that that thing is going to have to scan people's faces and they don't know if I'm Professor Regina or if I'm your cousin Janet. People going to be taking people's tests. What? I'm a whole different person. I got a whole different vibe. I got a whole different. Don't let me put on no glasses. You think they're going to know it's me or they going to know it's you? That's the biggest problem with remote proctoring. All right, stand by. Okay, now I'm back. Right. I'm back. But that's it. And so my concern with remote proctoring is that how are you guaranteeing people are who they say they are? When I go out, people are like, oh, you look like my niece. You look like my cousin. Huh? Has anybody ever said that to you? Right? How they gonna be able to tell who is who? Right? Because people think we look alike, don't they? So until those things get mashed out in a great way, then you cannot say, oh, we done moved on. Hold on. We done moved on. I'm being silly. And now we on to, oh yeah, they said no break. They said no break. What is she talking about? Oh no, we're not here. Oh no, I'm sorry. We still back at something else. Okay. They're still talking about how the exam is changing, right? And so, yes, if somebody else is able to take your exam for you, that is still cheating. That's cheating, right? And so the teachers are asking, okay? They're asking, what are you going to do? Thank you for people are saying this video. The technical issues are challenging. All right, you got to really find someone to look just like you. The same thing can happen with exam proctoring. Yeah, it's true. You got to find somebody who looks like you. But if my driver's license has me with the silk press, but I show up to the exam and I have braids, or my braids are a different color, I may not look the same. Also, yes, the technology requirements. And this is the thing. I don't see NCLEX at home happening until 2033. I don't see it happening in the next 3 years at all, because like I said, they have to address those things. And there's some other things, that I think would be a struggle. That's just one of them. It's a good thing my hair is dark now. I had pink hair for a while. See? Yes, I change my hairstyle often. So do I. You guys know it's braid season. It's about to be silk press season. People change their hair color in the fall. They change it to reds and darks and browns. And so how are you gonna deal with that? Right? And remember, when we talk about NCLEX at home, for all of those who are watching, it has to be rolled out everywhere globally at the same time. Okay? To keep it fair. All right? So we are deep into it. There's some other things that we are expecting to find out today. So we learned about the test plan. Okay? How was NCLEX done during COVID? For a while, for those of you who remember, for a while, it wasn't done. They were allowing people to schedule their exams, but then they were shutting down the testing centers. And so that is why I think they're exploring this NCLEX at home. I think that's why they're exploring this NCLEX at home. What do you say? And so it's definitely going to happen. But for the majority of you watching right now, and thank you for the hearts on the screen. Thank you so much. The majority of us who are watching this thing roll out, you won't be taking it at home. You need to be taking it in a testing center, especially if you're an international nurse. All my international nurses, NCLEX at home, the idea of it right now is, it's very challenging. That's good. How will I get the 360 camera? Well, I have to purchase that myself. No, you have to download an app. You have to download an app, and that app will scan your room. Okay. But that's the thing about it. You would need to know about all those requirements. If you take NCLEX at home, you can't use a Chromebook, right? You cannot use certain laptops if you take NCLEX at home. You cannot, some people said, well, I'll just take it at the library. We're talking about taking NCLEX at home. It's not going to be available. It's not coming in 2026. I don't think, unless somebody else is going to come on here and say something different. You can't take NCLEX at home. Some people say, well, I'll just take NCLEX at home in a library or a coffee shop. Can't do it. Can't do it. You can't take it in a public place. You cannot take it on public Wi-Fi. Let me see what they're doing in the comments. Okay, they're asking if we can have CEUs. What she's talking about right now is just the panel reviewers who are from diverse backgrounds, age, gender, ethnicity, right? And they just want to show that a diverse group of people are reviewing these items. All right. So we know that they got a diverse group of people. But the problem is, here's the biggest problem. Those survey results numbers. You send a survey out to 26,000 people and only 5,000 respond. Over 85% of those respondents are women. So the voice of the male nurse is not being heard. We got to find some way to tap into them, because I know we have them. We also got to find some way for people to continue to fill out those surveys. And I know a lot of you said, if I got a survey in the mail, I would fill it out. So I think they need to bring more awareness to these surveys, because this is what is changing the test plan. This is what is, creating the questions that we're talking about. During COVID, people took NCLEX RN at home. Who took NCLEX RN at home during COVID? That would be totally shocking to me. But let me know if you took it at home. Maybe you're the reason why they're talking about this. Shout out to the ReMar family. I'm starting tomorrow my 3-month subscription, and I test in December. Hey, can't wait, because I know I'm going to pass. I've been out of school for 3 years, first time. Amazing. Hey, if you've been out of school for 3 years like Nicole, but you don't have what she has, which is a study plan, she has a study plan that says, I'm starting tomorrow. She has her roadmap. If you don't have that roadmap, send me a private message and I'll get you started. Okay. I'll get you started with the course, with the remediation, whatever you need to get back on track. 3 years is a long time to be out of school, but I think it will be easy for you to, let me take a screenshot of this. Oh man, come on, MacBook. Capture. I love my MacBook, but it be acting up sometimes. Okay. So have you ever had any candidates from Guyana? Yes. Yes, I have. All right. We're still talking about the NCLEX at home. Okay, if you've been out of school for a couple years, all right, you can still pass NCLEX. I want you to give yourself another opportunity because we know the exam is not getting any harder. So come on and take it now. All right. So she said, let me go to she said there were certain things on, remember we talked about how NCLEX is a cultural exam. These are the things that make it culturally challenging for international nurses. Okay. International nurses. Obstetrics and gynecology. For some reason, and I think it's how we treat our maternity patients here in the United States. I think the way that we do maternity is probably very different how y'all do it in the Philippines, is probably very different how y'all do it in Africa. Okay. Equipment and machines make NCLEX cultural. Our equipment, our machines. And I'm trying to give y'all the secrets behind the exam. So what I'm saying are things you should be taking note of. What else makes NCLEX cultural is the family, the extended family. What is considered a community? Okay. Foods, nutrition. Absolutely. Absolutely. The foods that we eat here in America, most international people have probably never seen before. Most international people probably may see a version of it, but would say, why are y'all eating this? Why do y'all eat this? Food is so cultural. Food is so cultural. I remember when I was in Asia, when I was in the Philippines, when I was in Japan, they were eating rice for breakfast. I myself have never eaten rice for breakfast. And so I said, this is different. But then by the time I left the Philippines, I stayed there for 3 weeks, I was eating rice at every meal. And it was good. Okay. All right. We're live from the NCLEX conference. We are also talking about what makes this exam cultural. Okay. Yes, I have a fundamentals review. I love fundamentals. Toys. Also, admitting relatives into nursing homes. Here in the United States, we do have a culture where the elderly in the family is taken care of by strangers. Is that right? Here in the United States, the oldest person in your family probably is living with other older people in a facility. And culturally, that's weird. Public expressions of strong emotions. Okay. Public expressions of strong emotions. That's something also that's culturally in the United States, something you see. Whereas in maybe internationally, and you guys, I have international nurses here. In the United States, if you are upset about something, everybody knows it. If you're in a restaurant and your food is wrong, unfortunately, it's very common for somebody to make a scene. Oh my goodness, right? And that can be shocking to others. That can be considered rude to somebody else in different culture. But here for us, it's common. It's so common. So these are cultural transitions that you must get used to if you're coming to the US. It'd be good. It'd be good if you got used to it. Now we are on talking about now the data for the last 10 years. Oh, they have this thing now. This is what they're talking about. They have this thing now where they have a new dashboard where they can see, and it's an interactive dashboard. They're very proud of it, where you can see how schools are doing, where you can see how everyone is doing in the country for NCLEX. And it's in real time. And you can see if your state is having a certain passing rate. Like if you live in Florida, you want to see how it's going in Florida. You live in Oklahoma, you can see RN and PN results in real time. I looked at this dashboard. It is pretty sweet. I liked it a lot. So they're telling everybody to maybe consider it, use it as a tool. Hey, Monique is in the house. She says, I passed my NCLEX last week. Thanks, ReMar Nursing. Amazing. We are live for the NCLEX conference. Okay, NCLEX results overview. 407. Hold on. Let me take a screenshot of this. This is how many people took NCLEX. Hold on. I just want to make sure I got the date right. Is this last year? This couldn't be last year. This could not be last year. They said 700. Look how many people took NCLEX RNs compared to PNs. And this is why sometimes PNs feel ignored. 741,000 RNs took the NCLEX. Okay. And I think this was just last year. I have to confirm this. 741,000 RNs took the NCLEX, but only 139,000 PNs. Only 139,000 PNs. Where are the PNs? Over 700,000 RNs. That blows my mind. Surely we got more PNs than this. What's happening to the PNs? Are they not graduating? How can that number be so different? How can that number be so different? I don't even understand. I thought that we would have way more PNs taking the NCLEX. Where are they? Where are the PNs at, y'all? I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. 700 RNs, 700,000 RNs, but only 139,000 PNs. Ooh. Oh, man. Our schools are not getting us to NCLEX. The pay isn't sustainable in this economy. Most people are doing RN now instead of PN. Wow. That's shocking to me. That's sad to me too, guys. That's really sad to me. I'm an LVN and I still haven't tested since COVID. Okay. I've been a PN since 2016. People are going straight to RNs. They have more RNs. They have way more RNs. Way more RNs. This is concerning to me. If you're a PN and you can take NCLEX, but you have not taken NCLEX, DM me right now. I want to make sure that we get you back on track. My entire class of PNs went back and became RNs this year. Wow. What? How do we DM you? I think you could just go to my profile and go to message. Okay. This is why I'm doing this. I'm trying to bring awareness. I'm trying to motivate somebody. Okay. I am trying to get somebody to the next level. You're watching this. You know you need to be preparing for NCLEX. Whoa, man, I need to retest for my PN. This will be my 4th attempt. Let's go. Let's go, Tay. Let's go. You're here for a reason. I did not plan to do this just even a week ago. I didn't know. I thought I was just going to just do one presentation, but I'm going live during this conference for a reason. Sometimes God just has you do things and it's not really for you, it's for somebody else. So you might be watching this and you might just need to hear this. Don't give up. Try it again. Okay. 139,000 practical nurses put themselves in a position to succeed. They're not even telling me the passing rates. They just said 139,000 PN said, I'm doing this. You could have been in that number. You should be in that number. But 700,000 RNs, imagine if all of those RNs passed, how much better our nursing shortage would be. It doesn't make sense for people to take the NCLEX and then for whatever reason they're struggling to pass. Let's talk about that. I want them to talk about that. All right. I'm in PN school. Let's go. I need to do the PN again. Didn't pass. Let's go. DM me. Let me get you a plan to get you back in. What do you recommend? I graduated 4 years ago and failed my first attempt. 3 years ago, did not try again. Okay. The same thing. Really, you need remediation. That looks like, that looks like you identifying what you did wrong before. And maybe you don't even know. Maybe you say, Professor, I don't know. So what I'm going to do is I would just enroll you in my 6-week course and have you start with quick facts, have you start with the video series and just get you going there, because what you probably need is to become a student again. Okay. All right. I did PN last week, didn't pass. Talia, tell me what's up. What's up? What do you need? All right, you're from Pakistan. You got the V2 package. Did you get the book too in Pakistan? Let me know. Oh, Tara says my daughter was a BSN graduate, took the test twice and didn't pass, and she chose something else. Come on, get her back here. Get her back here. I know, because listen, even if you're supposed to be a nurse and you're doing something else, you're not as happy. Okay, you're not as happy. What are the teachers saying? The educators in the building are saying. Listen, the educators in the building are going nuts. I'm going to just read you these comments. They say, I don't even know where to go. Okay. I sincerely hope, this is what Professor Maria says, I sincerely hope that the decision to take the NCLEX from home will be reversed! Exclamation point, exclamation point. Lena says, Nurse Lena says, me too, Maria. They are finding more and easier ways to cheat than ever before. This is while the conference is going on and people are presenting. The comments are going crazy. This is why they can't do this live. This is why they can't do this live, because these educators, they be about it. All right. Okay. Sarah says, absolutely! Exclamation point. Do not allow nurses to take the NCLEX at home. 2020 and 2021 yielded nightmare scenarios with nursing students who were taking their exams at home in the Twin Cities. So the Twin Cities, that's in Minnesota, right? What are the two cities in Minnesota? My mind is St. Paul and Minneapolis, right? Professor Michelle says, testing at home, the fact that testing at home is being suggested is baffling to me. And then Professor Lena says, my students were excited about taking NCLEX at home. And then they all got on her and said, of course they were. Of course they were. Okay, we are back. We are about to get into this new presentation called NCLEX Overview Operations. So NCLEX Overview Operations, they are going to describe the candidate process before, during, and after the exam. And then they're also going to be talking about some resources that they can use, many organizations. So this is where they talk about their partners. Okay. Oh man, what happened? What did I do? Where is my session at? This is what people are talking about, because it just logged me out for no reason at all. I got kicked off the broadcast, y'all. What? Okay, here we go. I'm back on. This is a lot of technical information. It's so much technical information because they're talking about how these questions are made, how they're researched. Now they're getting into NCBSN. If you don't know, that's the National Council of State Board of Nursing's. No, Kendrell, they have not confirmed at-home testing yet. They are not going anywhere near this subject. They are not going anywhere. I was just reading you the comments of the educators that are not happy about it. I'm just reading you the comments. And now people are asking for a break. They're saying, it's too much. It's too much. We need a break. Okay, hold on. They're going into accommodations. These are the accommodations you can have. Separate testing rooms. Okay. You can ask for a separate testing room. You can bring with you cough drops, glucose tablets, hearing aids, inhalers, things you cannot bring with you. Of course, paper and pen, headphones, not allowed. Study aids, dictionary memory aids, we know that. And handheld calculators, we know that. Yeah, if you have to take it at home, it's going to get harder. There's no way that they are going to allow you to take this test. And one of the things that I talked about is, yes, if you have to take NCLEX at home, or if you get the privilege to take NCLEX at home, I think NCLEX at home. Thank you, Kirby, for emailing me. Thank you. I asked you guys to tell me your story so that I can help you get back on track. I will be reading those emails. If you What is this? Okay. You guys know you can schedule online. You can also call in to schedule. Okay. If you want to schedule your test date, you just need to have your ATT. If you want to take NCLEX at home, I think you should be able to take it at home. I don't think you should be able to have a break to go to the bathroom. That's just what it is. Only reason why I say that is because the other exams that allow proctoring at home don't allow you to go to the bathroom. So it is a give or take. That's all. That's all. Okay. But in order for them to take it at home, they would have to have structural changes to the NCLEX. It would have to be structured differently. And we know that they are not doing that right now. Okay. So they're talking about before the exam, they're talking about the day of the exam. You guys know that right now they are talking about the Pearson Professional Centers, and that is where you go. Okay. And the rules when you go to the center, you are going to have to sign a form. You're going to have to present your ID. All of these things will be verified. Okay. It has to have the correct name on it, including Roman characters. You need to do a recent photograph and your signature. All right. At domestic test centers, you can bring your passport, your driver's license, or a permanent residency card. International testing centers, including Puerto Rico, you got to have a passport or a passport card. That's what they accept. If you don't come in there with a passport or passport card and your name doesn't match, then unfortunately you will be unable to take your exam. They say the first and last name on the candidate ID must exactly match the first and last name on their ATT email. Okay. And so I guess that happens. They're stressing this for international nurses. Can you request a zoomed in screen for testing? Christina, I don't know. I don't think they've gotten to all the accommodations yet. I'll look for it. Right now, they are talking about your date of birth needs to also be verified. See, look at all this verification that they're going to have to do. And you talk about taking this at home. They also scan your palm. I forgot about that. Did you know that? They scan a vein in your palm to make sure the integrity and the security of this exam happens. So anytime you leave the room, somebody told me this in the comments too, though. Anytime you leave the room or exit the room, come into the room, you have to have your palm scanned. You also have to turn off all of your devices and place them in a Pearson VUE phone bag. And then those items are stored away in the locker for your exam. When the candidate finishes their exam, the TA will open the bag for them. The candidate must wait until the checkout process has been completed. These are the items that are prohibited. You can't have them. Okay, any electronic devices, all your bags, they take them away. Any study material brought to the test center will be scanned. You brought it in there and held at the front desk. And of course, please, no weapons. Okay. Somebody said it's going to be cold in there. I did hear it was cold in the testing center. We are talking about, what we're talking about is the changes. We're talking about NCLEX. I'm trying to help y'all be prepared. If you need to take a break, they say, raise your hand and the TA will acknowledge you. They are going to give you a whiteboard. If you fill up that whiteboard and you need another one, you raise your hand. You can have a break after 2 hours. Okay. 2 hours at the start of the exam, and then one at 3.5 hours. Okay. That is when the exam will tell you it's time to take a break. However, the exam clock will not stop while you're scheduled on your break. Okay. And even if you need to take an exam, a break before 2 hours, you can just raise your hand, maybe like even after 30 minutes where you're like, I need a break. You can raise your hand and you can leave, but your exam will still keep going. Okay. Still keep going. Did you know that? And so after the exam, they're saying you should receive your results. Hold on. 2 business days. If you're in the US, you should receive your results within 2 business days. And you can pay through a paid service. The candidate fails the NCLEX exam. Okay, so if you fail your NCLEX exam, you will receive a candidate performance report or CPR along with your official results. If the candidate did not answer the minimum number of exam items, they will receive an abbreviated CPR. Here it is. The CPR is only intended to provide, why is it going so fast? Okay. It's only intended to provide you areas of weakness. It will not give you any information about your questions or your actual score. I say that all the time. That CPR don't matter to you. Okay. Most candidates can take the exam up to 8 times a year. We don't want that though. We definitely do not want you taking this exam up to 8 times a year. NCBSN still doesn't offer a recommended study tool. They should offer ReMar. So shameful. All right. They do, though, suggest that you prepare for this exam. Why don't they just offer ReMar? Nah. Maybe soon, okay? I'm trying to see what the teachers are saying. Teachers are saying it's difficult to get their students' test dates in Colorado. It takes a long time. Okay, here we go. We are about to get ready for question and answer section. Okay, he is saying thank you. He is wrapping it up. And they're telling everybody to get off of this live and let's move it over to the question and answer. Now, here's the crazy part about it. People have been asking for a break. And they're saying no breaks. You know why they're saying no breaks is because this whole thing is pre-recorded. They're saying this whole thing, y'all, we got to move on to question and answer. So let me go to the question and answer section and let's see. Now, this part is live. This part of the thing is live. Let's see if they asked about NCLEX at home. Now, we're back to the director, and she's saying, we are so excited about the opportunity to answer your questions live. Okay. But I would like to address a topic that many of you are really engaged in, and that is the NCLEX Online project. We want to say that we are absolutely over the moon excited that you are all engaged in this as we are. And we would like you to know, as we continue working on the project, as soon as we have updates, we will get those out to you as soon as possible. Currently, right now, there is no launch date for this particular project. I said it days ago. We will continue to remain committed to ensuring that any NCLEX delivery is supported by a valid and reliable delivery method. You guys, that's it. They literally just said, we don't have a date for this yet, because we want to ensure that the exam is delivered fair and reliable in each case. So stay tuned for more information. Follow us on social media. Okay, they said, let's get to what you are really waiting on, and that is to ask our experts those NCLEX questions. I think our first question comes to you, Nick. One of our attendees wants to know, how can a candidate either request or make changes to the accommodations in taking the NCLEX exam? That ain't what we want to know. We want to know about, ain't nobody asking that question. People want to know about this NCLEX at home. And they literally just shut it down and basically said they have nothing to provide on the subject today. I told you this. Basically, they're saying if you want accommodations, you need to submit your request to your state board of nursing. Okay. They will reach out to you and they will help you work with Pearson VUE. This is my thing. I'm reading what the educators say. Here's what the educators are saying. Educators are saying, we are not excited about this at all. Because you see how she tried to pin it? She's like, she says, I'm so happy that you guys are excited about this initiative like we are. And the educators are like, no, we're not excited about it at all, actually. Somebody said, good. I'm glad there's no information about it. Is the NCBSN open to scrapping the idea entirely? Oh, I got so much on this. I can't even share it with you guys at all. Let me just do what I'm supposed to be doing here. Remember, they said if you want to, follow them on social media, then you can follow them on social media. Let me see. The question and answer section doesn't seem to be working. You guys, I'm kind of disappointed in this, because I just feel like, why put out this NCLEX at home? Why put it on your webpage if you're not prepared to talk about it at all? I mean, they are not addressing how we got here. They are not addressing even, and this is what the educators want to know. What was it, COVID? What made you consider taking it here? Okay, I get you don't have a way to talk about how it's going to be fair for everybody. Why do it then? How long is it going to take you to do it? How long is it going to take you to research? What is that research going to look like? And see, I know I have my own feelings because I see things that are happening behind the scenes, right? I see things that are happening just in our industry in general. And yes, COVID is a reason for this, but what else is going on? What's going on with you guys? Oh man, it's so confusing. But I'm happy that they are not rolling this thing out tomorrow. I am happy about it. I'm happy that I was able to make an educated guess that it didn't make sense to do NCLEX at home. I was kind of nervous last night because I'm like, man, I said there was not going to be NCLEX at home, but they do definitely have up that website. And what if they get on here and say they're taking NCLEX at home? Then I'm not the number one NCLEX instructor on the planet because I'm a false prophet now. But no, it doesn't make sense to do NCLEX at home, because it has not been tested in our population. It has not been tested with nurses. And that is who needs to verify that something is appropriate. Okay. Also, I do believe that it would be extremely expensive to roll out NCLEX at home. It's a huge investment to do this. And so I said this too. This is why I predicted. My doctor said it's affected by travel, people with disabilities, rural areas. I think they, but it can't be, because in my mind right now, NCLEX at home is not for everybody. It's actually not for those people. Like, to me, NCLEX at home, and these are the people that I see saying they're for NCLEX at home. It's a very small, privileged group of Americans. Americans who meet all the technology requirements, Americans who have the resources that, if something happens during their exam, technical wise, and their exam becomes invalidated, they can just take it again. It's like, oh man, I just lost that $200. Because if something happens during your exam, technology wise, for any reason, you lose signal, your exam shuts down, your screen goes blank, your test becomes invalidated. Right? If you lose connection with the live proctor, do you know what you're supposed to do? If your proctor is not able to see you, for whatever reason, you become disconnected, you have to join into a chat for help. You're put in a chat queue for what? During your NCLEX exam. These are the reasons why I say this doesn't make sense right now. And all the international nurses that are saying, oh, this will be better for me, this will be better, I highly disagree. The experience that you would have would be better. Okay. If you are taking your exam at home and something technical happens, it is 100% on you, and your test is invalidated. Right? So, in order for this to work, they are going to have to change it. I'm for it. Okay, people ask, are you for it or are you against it? I'm for it, but not in this present structure of the NCLEX, because you have to take 85 questions in order to be graded. That's a long time. It would take me at least 2.5 hours to do 85 NCLEX questions. And I love this stuff. So I think if you're going to take it at home, then it has to be positioned for those people who really, really need to take it at home. That's international nurses, right? If this is supposed to be more flexible, more convenient, then having to sit through 85 questions and a home environment is not that. Now, how can you make the exam more suited for at-home people? Make it shorter. No, but that's the thing. If you are offering it at home, it doesn't make sense to build more test centers. Like, you have to go into one direction. Either you're going to lean into this at-home experience, or you're going to make more test centers so people can have better access. That's what you have to do. it's better to add more testing. Yeah, some people have to drive 3 hours. Some people honestly have to fly to another country to take their NCLEX. So a 3-hour drive or flying to another country, you know, ooh wee. People are not look. I go away for 1 second. So what the NCLEX conference wants to talk about is the test plan. They're talking about that test plan starts April 1st, 2026. And they're really excited about that. And the test plan will be available on the website in December. I couldn't think if it was January, December. It'll be available in December. And what we will see, there will be a structure and chat category changes. The weight or the difficulty will be the same. Most of the updates are on language, terminology, and how nurses describe their responsibility. So I'm going to be looking forward to this test plan. 3 activity statements were added, 1 in management of care, 1 from physiological adaptation, and then what else? Okay. People are in the comments though saying, there is a website up about remote proctoring. When will that be available? People are in the comments saying, nursing instructors should have been consulted. We see the variety of ways students are finding to manipulate and control their test environment. This includes software that is not detectable by a lockout browser. Another one says, we were never consulted or surveyed about NCLEX at home. Professor says, why are there publications online regarding NCLEX testing at home? Please verify the veracity of this implementation. They got the professors using words like fidelity and veracity. Veracity means what? You guys should know this. What does veracity mean? Whew. Professor Denisa says, with new types of technology and options to cheat, it is preposterous to suggest to take this at home. Are we trying to make the NCLEX test a joke among other professions? Nursing professionals are the ones who need to protect the stability of this test. Joyce says, nobody is asking these questions that you're answering. She says, are these questions from the current attendees? It just seems that these answers are not spontaneous. Somebody said, why are these questions so scripted? I can see that you are, oh man, this is not good, guys. This is not good. What is happening right now at this conference is that they are pretending that this is a live session and a live conference. And I don't think that it is. I don't think that it is. And the educators are now questioning the veracity of this conference. Whoo. This is not good. This is not good because why do they think that they said the answers to these questions are not therapeutic? Oh my goodness. People are just wanting to know, like, in the future is this exam going to be offered online? The same thing y'all been asking me. The same thing y'all been asking me. And I think that putting out NCLEX online has gotten them into a situation where they may have bitten off more than they can chew. Because I can tell from this discussion, now look, they cussing in the chat now, y'all. I can't even read this. I cannot even read this comment that this professor put in this and she said, "What the blank is going on? What in the world is happening here? What kind of world are we living in right now?" Look, I said I wasn't going to read it. Here I go reading it. What kind of world are we living in right now? This really saddens me about this kind of interaction. And I think there's so much frustration because we know that there's a nursing shortage. And educators have the difficult task of trying to train. At this point, I need popcorn. Me too. I hope I'm doing a good job of giving y'all what's happening. Educators are feeling the frustration of having to train new nurses. It's difficult to take a lay person. It's difficult to take you and make you a life-saving, critically thinking machine. You have to become an expert, and you have to remember, nursing school is not easy. How many know that's the truth? You have to be an expert in pharmacology, anatomy and physiology, med surg, dietary principles, body mechanics, mental health issues, right? Taking somebody to do that, all that takes a lot of blood, sweat, and tears. So when you come on here as the only testing center in this country and you pretend that you are live and available to answer questions to the people who are going to be held accountable to whatever standards you're talking about, and you are not really live, and you are not really acknowledging the concerns of we are the real weight pushers, the educators, it's disgraceful. It really is. And there's a lack of respect to the profession when you do that. Don't say that this is live Q&A when we can see you reading a teleprompter. Don't say that you're taking questions live and the only question that's really being asked is, what is this NCLEX at home? This is so disappointing. Professor Victoria says, it seems like they are reading answers to prepared questions, not those from what we are asking. I don't think they were prepared for this, y'all. I don't think they were prepared for this group to show up. They are probably watching this like, people are saying there's a reason why the question and answer comment is not filled. They were hoping no one would answer questions. I don't know. I can't explain it. Honestly, I can't explain it. I want to believe that they are live. I want to believe that they are answering questions. Like I don't know. Because right now the questions that they're answering are about just the questions. They're saying when you write an NCLEX question, it has to have a scenario, a client condition, descriptor information, and information that is requested. Okay. So I think that, I think that there's much more work to be done. And just from this, the idea of taking NCLEX at home is going to need to be explained and scrutinized heavily. heavily, because although students may say like, yay, right? Yay, we want to do this. Educators are really worried about what people will think about the profession. And I think that's a valid concern for these educators at the conference to have. I think it's very valid that they are asking. Comment from Professor D. Tanner. This conference doesn't seem authentic. I'm staying out of it because I am, I'm here for the vibes. Now that I know that the test plan is not changing, man, so now the question and answer section is over. Let me see if I can get some reactions, because they just closed out the question and answer section. Okay. And maybe, I can speak to it. People are saying, hey, I didn't get my question answered. Now they're saying we are currently on a break. So we have a break. Let's recap what happened in the first half. For those of you who are just been joining, you took the exam 1 hour ago. Amazing, and congratulations. For those of you who have just been joining, we have been live from the NCLEX conference that has been a virtual presentation. And what we were waiting for was to hear the changes for 2026 to 2029. Changes from 2026 to 2029. I am really happy to report that we learned, and you can just send me a DM. We learned that in 2026, we are not looking to see, okay. We are not looking to see any difficulty changes, okay. We also learned that, yeah, they said no break. Now we have a break. Yeah, right. There wasn't going to be a break. Now it's definitely a break. We also learned that the majority of RNs are still working in med-surg, and they are not seeing much maternity. It's the same for PNs. Okay. We learned that maternity has been proven to be a very narrow field. And so what we're waiting for in terms of knowing how the categories will change, we are going to be learning what functions, what activities are going to show up on the new test plan. So in my mind, that means that we will have more questions on certain categories of the NCLEX test plan. However, we are not going to see that new test plan until December. So that's typical. There's nothing new with that. NCLEX always does that. They tell us the changes will happen, but we don't see them until around Christmas time. So on Christmas Day, I think Christmas is on a Wednesday this year. Probably Winning Wednesday, we will be looking at that new test plan. Okay. So right now, as we're on a break, let's get back to asking our NCLEX questions, because the whole reason why you are here is because you need to prepare for this exam, whether now, most of you now, or in the future. So let's make sure that we are doing that. And I'm going to keep on reading some of the comments here. Here they're talking about, in the comments, the teachers have moved on and they are talking about how long it takes to get your results in their state. So this is great. It says here, in Minnesota, it takes 48 hours from the time the board receives the results to release it to the school. Okay. Tennessee, it can take weeks. In Florida, the Board of Nursing was backed up and it took 28 days for graduates to get their ATT. Our school has 10 business days to release them, and Pearson VUE has 48 hours. Okay. Somebody said, where's the evaluation so I can fill it out now? They're ready to get it started. Okay, what questions do you have? Please, I joined late. Is it true that the online NCLEX exam is in 2026? Okay, I think we can all say, no, it's not happening. And if they tried to say it was happening today, it would have been a mutiny. I'm so glad that they just didn't go there. I wish, though, that they would have given more information in terms of how they come to this idea to take NCLEX at home. That's the one thing I'm looking for. And maybe it will happen in a little while, but nothing yet. I just want to know, how did we get here? Okay. Hi, Professor. My name is Vivian Renisi. I took NCLEX exam PN on 8/15/2025 and found out on 8/18 I passed on my first attempt. V2 in quick facts today. I'm a ReMar nurse. Thank you, Team ReMar. Congratulations. That's what we are here for, to celebrate these types of successes. Passing on your first attempt. That's the goal. That's the goal. How many times in total can one take the NCLEX exam? The maximum amount of times you can take NCLEX is up to 8 times in 1 year. But that number really depends on the state that you're in, because we know that some states will not let you take it 8 times. They will make you do remediation, right? So like if you're in Minnesota or New Jersey, you will be able to do remediation with me, with my program, right? Some other states will make you go back to like a nursing school experience. So we know Florida is one of those states that will make you go back. All right, we're on break right now for the conference, everyone. I wasn't prepared for that. I'm gonna just be honest. I was not prepared for that. NCLEX is not getting harder, but they definitely need to figure out, how they're going to keep it fair. Right now, when it comes to taking the NCLEX, what's the biggest stressor for you? For everyone that's here, is it going to be like, is it test anxiety? Is it the information on the test? Is it the cost of the test? What's the biggest reason why you have not retaken NCLEX? For those of you who I know that are watching, right? You need to take NCLEX. Why haven't you taken it? Why? Is it the money? Is it past fear of failure? What is it? Let me know. Anxiety. Hey, I love you too. I'm so grateful you guys appreciate this, because I cleared out my whole schedule. I had meetings today. I had so many things going on, but I wanted to make sure that during this NCLEX conference, we could share and we could learn together. Okay. All right. So the reasons that I'm seeing is test anxiety, past failure, anxiety, fear, anxiety. Look at this, you guys. I still feel unprepared. Test anxiety. Comprehension anxiety, the fear that the teachers put on students in the beginning. My goodness. Anxiety, the fear of failure. Some people are saying the problem is money, too. Not prepared. I'm scared to travel and write and fail. There's a theme here. Does everybody see the theme? Okay. I want to speak to what I see here. I do want to speak to what I see here. Okay. Anytime you are trying to become a nurse, it's an investment. It's an investment of time and it's an investment of money. So there's some things that when it comes to finances, that you have to strive for, right? Right now I'm doing a promotion just called Tell Me Your Story. And if you tell me your story, I want to know how long you've been out of nursing school. I want to know how many times you've taken the NCLEX. If you've experienced failure, specifically to NCLEX, I want to know about it, right? So I can give you a discount to my program. That's easily how it works. I just don't want you to do it publicly. It's a private conversation. That helps with finances. Now, this other thing that I see here is fear and anxiety, fear of failure. We need to address that from the root, okay? Because we cannot, you can DM me, or I'm going to give you my email address. My email address is really simple. It is support@remarreview.com. Okay. Support@remarreview.com. That's my email address. Fear and anxiety cannot strangle your future like this. You are giving too much power to it. Okay. And it is normal. Let me tell you this. It's normal to have anxiety about some things. For example, if a bear comes into this room, you can have anxiety. Yeah. Okay. If you hear sirens outside, you can have anxiety. That's like, I'm afraid. NCLEX, I don't want you to have anxiety about it. It's not life-threatening to you. Okay. So what I want us to do is try to put this test back in focus. We got it way up here. We got it too big. We need to bring it down to here, because you've already done the hardest part, which is nursing school. Okay. Nursing school is the harder task than passing NCLEX. Some of you, honestly, have had even harder things that come into your life. It reminds me of the story of David. Okay. And I'm not about to start preaching, but it reminds me of the story of David. When he was told that he was going to be ruler and told that he was going to be king, what's the next thing that happened to him? Did he get a crown? Was he elevated to the palace? Did they start celebrating him? Did that happen? No. The next thing that happened to him after he told he was going to be king was Goliath. He had a giant in his life. He had a giant presented in his life that was discouraging, talking down about his God, taunting his people. He had a huge fight. And I think sometimes in our lives, that happens to us. Right before we're about to get to the next level, we have a spirit of intimidation. We have a spirit of fear. We have anxiety. Right before we're about to enter into a new land or conquer a new season, God tells us to have dominion over this earth and subdue it and rule it. But there's spiritual things that happen, right? And all of a sudden, we have a new giant that we're facing. All while you were in nursing school, you did not have fear and anxiety of the NCLEX. It was not until you crossed that precipice of a graduate nurse that now you have this giant come into your life, and it is there to keep you paralyzed. And we sometimes the problem is we allow ourselves to get comfortable in that situation. The only way that you can come up out of that situation is you got to decide to move. You have to decide that you are going to take that step forward, because if not, what happens is we get comfortable being in this space of anxiety. And the one thing that we have that is the biggest gift to us, we let slip away, and that's time. Time is your biggest gift in life. Nothing is more important than time. So we're letting, and this is what the enemy wants, we're letting time just slip through our fingers like water, like trying to catch water, because we're afraid. We're afraid to fail. Okay. So what we need to do is like we are in Alcoholics Anonymous, one of the first things you have to do is you have to move up out of denial, and you have to acknowledge that you have a problem, right? Hi, I'm so-and-so. I'm struggling with anxiety. Okay. because it's not supposed to be in your everyday life. It's not supposed to be part of who you are. And you're wasting time. You're wasting time. So I want you to decide today, and it's a big ask. It's a huge ask. I just want you to decide today that you will send me a message and just tell me your story. That's part of the acknowledgement. Send me an email. Okay. Tell me your story. That's part of the acknowledging. I definitely had anxiety, but I put in the work. I passed on first try, 85 questions. Boom. Pow. Okay. Got it. Support at ReMarReview.com. Support at ReMarReview.com. And we are live here at the NCLEX conference, you know. Somebody's saying this in the comments. We're supposed to be on lunch break. I'm trying to decide what I want for lunch too. Yes, I want you to get into the program. I do. Face your NCLEX Goliath. I like that. Decide today you are going to fight. Okay. You are going to fight. Cynthia, send me your whole story. Send it to me. Okay. And we're going to come up with a remediation plan for you. Get you back on track. Okay. There's my email right there in the comments. It was there. Support at ReMarReview.com. Support at ReMarReview.com. Okay. And what I want is for us to make a decision that a lot of us, 2025 can be the year that we actually get our license. It can be the year that before January 1st comes, some of you will do quick work where maybe it took you 6 months to get to this program. Once you get into it, all that time you've been wasting, you're going to gather yourself together. You're going to gather your wits, gather your courage, and you're going to fly. Okay? Okay, so let me know if you still need to test again. Thank you so much. All right, the remediation plan. I like this. Somebody said I'm day 8 on the study calendar. I like it. I don't have my calendar with me, but you're moving along. Okay, you're moving along. I want you guys to be able to have structure. Most of you just need structure. It's like if I put you in a car and tell you to go straight, you'll drive that car all the way to the finish line, but you just needed to get in the car. Right? So you're walking around trying to figure out what direction I should go in, what I'm supposed to be doing. Get in the car. That's it. Please kindly put a summary of the meeting notes on your wall. Yeah, I'm going to try to do it. It's a lot of things going on here. It's a lot of things going on. But I'm going to try to get all of it. So I'm trying to think, what in the afternoon do we have to do? Using V2 and love it. Hey, are you using that calendar? Are you using that calendar? Okay. In my profile, is a lot about me. Please take a look at it. For those of you who just coming on and you don't maybe necessarily know me from TikTok and you're just scrolling like, what's this NCLEX conference? Check out my profile, please. Okay. But first, DM me your story. DM me your story. So we said fear and anxiety. That was one of the reasons that were stopping the majority of us on here. Oh, look at this testimonial. Now I'm a registered nurse and CEO of my own IV hydration and med spa. I love that for you. I love that for you. I see this idea of med spas going on. And even though I don't quite understand it, that's okay. I love that nurses are able to explore entrepreneurship in that way. I'm a nurse entrepreneur. Have to have it. I love my career. I love how I was able to, take something that I love and make it my own. When I get on TikTok and I hear nurses say, I'm burnt out, I'm tired, I'm exhausted, I don't want to do nursing anymore. And they're like, 2 years in, it is because they haven't found themselves in nursing. And that is what I want you to do. And I also want to be able to help you to do that. I have this book called First Shift. This is also one of my books, is How to Dominate Your First 2 Years of Nursing. I think that is so important in setting your mind in the nursing profession, because people who get burned out, they're usually stuck in a position or stuck in a specialty that doesn't serve them. Okay. But once you get your license and you have a roadmap, just like I said, you need a roadmap to pass NCLEX. Most people, that's what they're missing. You also need a roadmap to be able to break into nursing so that it serves you constantly. Okay. Yeah, it serves you constantly. I think you only get burned out when you are giving more to the profession than you feel it's giving to you. And that's something that I don't struggle with. I definitely love the interactions that we have. I love the community that I've built. And studying for NCLEX is fun to me. Doing stuff like this is fun to me because it's going to help grow you. And my responsibility to you is to make sure that you pass your NCLEX. That's the relationship we have. So going live during the conference and being a support to my partners. I have great partners. I have Kenyan nurse consultants in, Kenya and Uganda, and they're, sending ReMar all across many schools, right? Just growing. And then in the Philippines, I have NCLEX Unlimited, where we are striving to help nurses in the Philippines increase their passing rate and come over to the United States. So many job opportunities. You guys, I talk to nurses who are working, employers who need nurses. And if you don't have your license, you're missing out on so many opportunities that are available to you. It's incredible. It's incredible. So please, this month, the month of September, before it gets scary in October, come on. If you're an international nurse, all of my books are either on TikTok Shop, Amazon, or Walmart. I love you, Professor Regina. Love you too. Thank you so much. Thank you, really, truly. Because I do feel like we built relationships here. International nurses, please understand that you have such a huge potential when you come here to the United States. And sometimes I feel like y'all come over here with an advantage. If you're not sure how to get your paperwork and you're in Kenya, please DM me so I can connect you with my partners in Kenyan nurse consultants. They'll help you with all that paperwork and even understanding it, because that's not my expertise. Okay. That's not my expertise, but I do know that nurses are coming over here. They're getting green cards. They're doing so well. Don't let the media fool you. All right. Nursing is still a very high profession. Okay. And let me make sure I get in the messages. Okay, they're talking about states, the highest states that you can take NCLEX. If you are trying to come here to the United States, or if you need to take NCLEX, I came from Ohio. I agree with this. Ohio does not play about NCLEX. One of the things that they pride themselves on is getting your ATT and getting your results to you expeditiously. And Ohio is one of the states that you can take NCLEX up to 8 times in 1 year. So, okay. Yep. That's why we don't want, hold on, let me decline this. That's why we don't want NCBSN to spoil our profession for us with that online exam. It's true. What? No, Florida's not like that. I don't know. I'm sure there's another state that allows you to take it. Ohio, I just know Ohio from experience. I can't say. Is Georgia like that? Can you take it up to 8 times? Anna, please send me an email, because I want to make sure you're able to log in. If you have the V2, Michigan is like that also. Okay. See, this is why I love our community. They're saying California's like that. I feel like California takes so long to get your paperwork. Maryland. Yeah, there's many states that allow you to take your NCLEX exam multiple times. Not that's what we want, but I know if you're struggling with anxiety, that can relieve some of the pressure off of you. Okay. So yes. We are in the process of getting back on track, because the NCLEX conference for most of you guys doesn't matter. If you can take NCLEX now, nothing about what they're talking about matters to you, because you can take it now. And the reason why you're not taking it now is what we need to discover. All right. Okay. I'm just checking my emails because you guys know I cleared off my calendar for this. I'm sitting here with you, but I'm also trying to still keep my partnerships. I'm trying to work with different student organizations and making sure I have one in Florida that I'm trying to connect with and make sure that all the students in Florida have my V2 program, because they need it. We want to make sure that students are able to pass their NCLEX exam. That's the whole idea of this. Okay. I'm living in Tampa. Can you please talk about New Mexico? What did I just read about? Oh, I was just reading about New Mexico having amazing job opportunities for nursing. I'm sorry, I don't know if that's what you wanted me to talk about, but New Mexico was having a program for nurses. I have to look at it again, but they were paying for like everything for nurses. That's what I know about New Mexico. This is now Ask the NCLEX Expert. If you have any questions, we are also doing the conference. I am going to tell you in a bit what I'm about to do. For all of you who will be starting my course, I want to give you a quick update about how it's going to work. Yes, it does start with the inner work. Okay. I graduated in 1999 and I'm currently studying with you, but still have a lot of anxiety. Okay. Definitely while you're studying, we need to work on it. We need to understand why the anxiety, and then we need to understand how it affects you. Is it physical anxiety? Or is it emotional, mental anxiety? That's different. Physical anxiety, you're shaking, your stomach is bubbling, you feel nauseated. That's physical anxiety. A lot of people do have that, but then a lot of people don't have physical anxiety. Emotional anxiety is you can't sleep at night. You have paralysis of analysis. You can't remember your name. You ever get anxiety like that where you're like, man, I don't even know who I am. I'm so nervous. Overthinking, second guessing yourself. Right? So part of when you're doing my program, one of the advantages is that I take you out of that anxiety-driven state by hyper focusing you on the information. Okay. The way that I do that is when you're watching the videos. Let me see if that's one. When you're watching the videos, you are filling out this book. Okay. And it is very important for you to fill out this book, because that brings your mind from in your head and your past failures to the book. Okay. That's what it does. So that's why, honestly, it works with a lot of repeat test takers, because previously you weren't doing that. Previously, you weren't writing something down in a structure where you're forced to get out of your head and actually do the work. Okay. The other part is we go through quick facts together. So you should actually start with the videos. Everybody should start with the videos. Quick facts is secondary. This book comes second, but you also are to be using this book like a workbook. So when I open up my quick facts book, it looks like this. Okay. It's not all clean and brand new. I'm using this book as it is intended to be. And it also helps with anxiety. It also helps with anxiety. I was going to try to show the videos, but let me see if I'm logged in. I pulled up the wrong videos. I pulled up the tease videos, which I could show, but I'm trying to do my point. All right. And you have to be consistent with this. Okay. You have to be consistent with this. I don't know. These are not the videos that I want to show you, but just really quickly. And you're watching these videos, you're filling out your workbook. Okay. This is the course. And with the NCLEX program, you're only going in one direction. So you're not skipping around watching video to video. You're following the program. You're staying on track. It is a roadmap. Okay. It's a roadmap. And it is what I want you to be focused on instead of your past failures. Yeah. It's challenging. It's challenging. Everything about nursing is challenging. It's designed to be that way. It's not supposed to be easy, y'all. It's not supposed to be easy. If it was easy, everybody would do it. Most people want to be nurses, but it's very difficult to do. Olivia said, "Oh, I'm glad you're still live. I had a work meeting." I'm still here. I'm still here. Because we're on a break right now. And I think the later half of the day, I don't know. The educators are just so upset. I hope that I hope that we can rebound from this. I hope that we can rebound from this. Because I think people are disgruntled. Okay. I love the little motivational quotes you leave in the book. Yes, that's part of building you up when you have anxiety through this process, because certainly I know it is taking a lot out of you. Okay. I'm certainly Olivia, do you have the program? Yes, it's true too. It's true too. When you're a nurse, you literally, when you become a nurse, and I think this is why mental health is so important. Look, there's so many pages in my course on mental health. And it didn't used to be like this. But right after endocrine, I go into psychological concepts. Because this is such a portion of new nursing experience. Where should I start? I'm finishing nursing school. I finished nursing school 4 years ago. You need to get the NCLEX program. You need to get the NCLEX program. So much of these psychological conditions show up on med-surg floors. Bipolar, depression, mania, schizophrenia. Those types of patients end up on med-surg floors. Why? Because they have medical conditions. They come in with sepsis. They come in with malnutrition. They come in with dehydration. They've had a stroke. And so for NCLEX, it's so important that you are studying psychological concepts, because mental health patients are on every unit. Uh-oh. Hold on. I have this time limit thing on my phone. I have a time limit lock on my phone for social media, so I'm not on it too long. And it just told me I've been on TikTok way too long. And I agree. But today is different. All right. What else? I have the program, 3 months. Okay. Let me know what we are on. Let me know what we are on in the program. I know I have somebody on here on study session number 8. Study session number 8 is really cool because you just have started incorporating your quick facts. Study sessions 1 through 7, you don't even use quick facts, right? So when people say they have this book, you're missing the whole entire half of the rest of the course. You need the videos to finish all of the other parts of the course. Hi, I'm a registered midwife in Ghana and would like to know if I qualify to write the NCLEX. So the thing about it is, how can I tell you? Okay, you can click my profile, okay? And then I don't know if you're going to come in as a nursing student or NCLEX, let me know. About Ghana, there's the midwifery programs are structured a little differently. I don't know how yours was structured, but some expose you to med surg and psych, and others just have you doing midwifery. So we would need to take a look at your transcripts to see if you qualify for NCLEX. I do know some midwife programs do qualify for NCLEX, but if you send me a DM or you reach out to Kenyan nurse consultants, they will definitely be able to help you. Definitely. I finished my last study session. I need to start using the quick facts. Yes. If you did all of the videos, then it's time for you to get into quick facts. You got to have this memorized. Most people, and actually in the beginning of this book, there is a study calendar. I don't know if you know this. Hold on, my book is, there's a study calendar right here. And this helps you get through it one time in 3 weeks. But the idea is that everything in this book you have memorized. So tonight, I won't be reading it tonight because I'm going to do something different for tonight's presentation. But I read this book on Mondays and Wednesdays. Okay. What else? The study calendar is great. Thank you so much. Okay. RN program. Okay. We just saw that 700,000 RNs took NCLEX. All right. So you definitely need to get into that number. I want you to, you can click on my profile, right? Click on my profile. You can go to my site and then you're able to sign up. Or you can also just send me a message, support@remarreview.com. And then I'll help you get to where you need to be. Okay. Either one is great, but I would like to know more about you. I would like to know if you can tell me your story. How can one have the quick facts from Cameroon? I already have these books in Africa. You just need to go to my partner, Kenyan Nurse Consultants. Okay. They're already on the continent. Okay. Let's see. Check my sound. Is my sound good now? Let me know. Can you guys hear me? All right. We are rounding up the first break. We're rounding up the first break. And what I was trying to see is what is going on next, what's happening next. So just remember, for context, we started off today hearing from the director. Thank you. Hearing from the director. And she told us that essentially we are going to learn all about the updates today and we would get all of our questions answered. And we are still waiting for that manifestation to happen. Also, we got a welcome from the director as well. His name is, Dr. Betts. He has been very instrumental in the development of the exam. Remember, I said I was so happy to see that RNs, just regular RNs, not master's prepared nurses, not doctors, not PhDs, but literally nurses who are working, are involved in the development, Let me see if there's no sound. Let me know, TikTok, if you can hear me, because I think you should be able to. Okay. If not, I'll just join off and go back on. There's no sound. Okay. I'm going to log off. Bye-bye. I'll come back on. I think it's because my phone said that I don't deserve to be on social media anymore. I think this is probably rounding up to be one of the longest broadcasts I've ever done. So I'm proud of you guys for sticking with me. Some of you who has been here since the very beginning of this broadcast, and you're just rocking out with me. Okay. with my email address, but didn't work. Okay, so my email is support. Let me put my email at the bottom of this broadcast. Give me 1 second so you guys can reach out to me. Where is my email address? Here it is. Okay. I was doing the Tell Me Your Story initiative. Let me go live again on TikTok. And let me make sure I put quick here. Okay. Okay. So I said that I was really excited. I was kicked off from YouTube Live. Okay, I'm back. I was really excited that they have just nurses who are working in the field a part of the exam development, because that's so important. I wish that we could have a more variety of different types of nurses, or have more nurses to participate in the survey. So one of the things I want to do is try to find out how we can get the survey, because you guys would be perfect as new nurses with no experience to fill out that survey. I think it would really be great from you. So we heard about how the exam was developed and also the validity of it, and we also learned that each question has been scrutinized and the test pool is continually being reviewed. Also, some of you decided if you wanted to volunteer for the NCLEX and be an item writer. So I look forward to hearing about you guys telling me if you were accepted to be an item writer, because you don't have to have a master's or anything like that, but you do have to have good grammar. And I believe the writing, the reading and the writing of the NCLEX is done to an 8th grade level. So I think most of us can do it. Now, this was the lady. And again, you guys are sending me your story at support@remarreview.com. Send me your story, support@remarreview.com, for the remediation plans, the promotional discounts, and it's individualized. So usually we'll just do like a coupon code or something like that, but we want to make sure that we are getting to the right people who need the right type of help. So if you've been out of testing for NCLEX, you've been out of school, but you need to get back in, this is for you. Send me your email. We heard from another RN, and earlier in the morning, she told us about the practice analysis. And this is where we learned that where RNs and where PNs are mostly working in the field, right? So we're live from the NCLEX conference. They said in 2024, they surveyed registered nurses and practical nurses, and they found that with registered nurses, most of them are working on medical surgical units. They are not working in long-term care facilities, okay? They are not working in orthopedics. They are not working in maternity, labor and delivery. They are working on med surg units. So that tells us that most of the RN NCLEX is going to be just like how it is now. It's an acute diagnosis exam. Okay. Quick facts. It's an acute diagnosis, or it's a med surg condition. And when we say med surg, I want you to understand why it's called med surg. Does anybody know? Right? It is because the treatment can be medical or the treatment can be surgical. And that's what makes med surg so tough. It is because you can have patients who are just being treated by medicine, or you can have patients that have had to have a surgery, or you can have patients that have both. Okay. It is, yes, definitely. It's a little bit of everything. That's where most RNs are working. So the major, and you have to think that, again, This is a nationwide survey of the United States. So the conditions that our patients have are not the conditions of the patients in the Caribbean or in the Middle East or in, South Africa. The United States has very regular and common conditions. For example, acid reflux. Why do our people have, I'm reading the things that are in Quick Facts. Why do our people have acid reflux? Why is that one of the top diagnoses in the United States? Allergies. We have allergies here. Got to know about it. Okay. We get things amputated in the United States. Anorexia nervosa. Got to know about it. We spent almost 30 minutes talking about anorexia nervosa. If you just want to get the book, you can just get the book, okay? The promotional discount, the Tell Me Your Story discount is for the course. So if you just want to get the book, you can get the book, okay? But if you have been out of school or if you're a repeat test taker, I'm telling you now, you need more than just my book. You need the full course, okay? Okay. Other conditions you need to know about: autonomic dysreflexia, huge. It's a huge condition. All right. Berger's disease, cancer. I was just studying this last night. Cataracts, chronic renal failure, COVID. Everybody should have COVID, right? I'm reading the table of contents of Quick Facts. Cushing syndrome, cystic fibrosis. These are all, if you don't have this book, these are the things that you should be studying. Epiglottitis. I've been out of school and I have Quick Facts, but I'm still facing some difficulties. Which difficulties are you facing? Let me know. I'm just reading, right now I'm just reading the table of contents. Okay. And I'm making note of, for those of you who don't have this book and you're preparing for NCLEX, what I'm trying to tell you are the most common medical, surgical conditions in the United States. And these are the things that you need to be focused on studying. Okay. You need to become very well-rounded in glaucoma, hyperbilirubinemia, Huntington's disease, Lyme disease. My nephew just had Lyme disease. Wouldn't even have thought about it. You still get that. Okay. Myasthenia gravis, Munchausen syndrome, multiple sclerosis, otitis media, Parkinson's disease, peptic ulcer disease, plasmapheresis. If you don't know about plasmapheresis, let's go. Okay. Polycythemia vera, post-traumatic stress disorder. And these all really come from the test plan. They come from what new nurses are seeing, pressure ulcers, radiation therapy. Got to know about it. Okay. Because cancer is big. Rheumatoid arthritis, sexually transmitted diseases, sickle cell anemia. We're talking about, you know what? Send me your story. Let me know, please. DM me your story. I want to know about it. Torch syndrome, von Gerk syndrome, Wilson's disease. Okay. So if you have this book, the table of contents will tell you everything that you're supposed to be doing. And then when we read this book together, you'll take notes. All right. You will take notes. So then after we learned about the practice analysis and how we learned, also I'm going back to the conference notes here. I forgot that I was doing conference notes. Then Nurse Brittany told us about how the 2026 NCLEX test plan was not going to change, So she was not the one to talk about NCLEX at home. But what we do know is that there's going to be some name changes. There's going to be some terminology. My whole thing is I want you to take this exam before any of these test changes come out. Whatever it is, if it's terminology or what, I want to make sure that you can test in 2025, because why not? It is absolutely possible for you to be able to do it. It's absolutely possible. So I want to make sure that that is a reality for some of you. So we heard from her, and then this professor came on and told us how each item is, I got to go back to my my notes here. She told us very much that NCLEX is a cultural exam. Let me pull up my notes. Okay. However, there were terms that maybe students who are international or students who are not from here, maybe they're from Canada, maybe they're from Australia, maybe they're from Jamaica. The cultural terms that needed to be marked have to do with equipment and machines, also have to do with obstetrics and gynecology. Hello, we're talking about the NCLEX conference updates. Also, the family, extended family, food and nutrition, child rearing. How do we speak about our children? How do we talk to our children in America? The conference also talked about toys, the things we call toys. I really would like to ask them if they could give more kind of more indication on toys and what way, you know. Admitting relatives to nursing homes, that was big here in America. We absolutely do put our elderly patients in nursing home facilities. That's something that is quite common that we do. And then this one, public expressions of strong emotions. So I guess that could be a good thing or a bad thing. Essentially, Americans are loud. We are so very loud. We are so very loud. And so I think that when it comes to the NCLEX striving, they really do strive to be fair and equitable, right? And the questions are really supposed to focus on knowledge. And so questions should not be cultural. They really shouldn't be. Gender, they say they shouldn't be cultural. They shouldn't have anything to do with gender. And even when you're writing questions now, as a question writer, we are told not to put in that a patient is Hispanic if it doesn't have anything to do with their diagnosis. You remember back in the day? Okay, we back on, y'all. We back on. Hold on.
Programs for the Emergency Nurses Association.
Hold on.
My team and I oversee ENA's Emergency Nurse Residency Program. All
okay,
things new nurse.
We're back, and what's happening now is
portfolio. So I've been an emergency nurse for.
They have a nurse on right now. I want to say we've seen her before. Hold on. And she's talking about what is she talking about? I'm really not sure. Is it this nurse right here? Let me take away my email. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. So she's on here, and her job is to talk about the Emergency Nurses Association. Maybe those of you who are new nurses who want to get into the emergency room. She's saying basically that at one point emergency rooms were not hiring new grads because they didn't have experience, right? But now times have changed, and there are not many experienced emergency room nurses. So hospitals now are shifting and opening their arms to new graduate nurses. Is anybody in here interested in going to the emergency room? All right, do I have any emergency room nurses in here? Yes. Okay, well, she's talking about it. She's telling y'all to go ahead and apply to emergency room nursing because they are welcoming you. I could not do emergency room nursing for me personally. I want to go in and know that all of my patients are going to be 55 and older. And I want them to have telemetry issues and heart things. I can't do it. I cannot do it. In the ER, you can get anybody, any age, any condition, any condition, mental health, prisoners, any kind of issues that they could be having. All right. She's talking about why clinical judgment in the emergency department matters. Right now, this conference is supposed to be holistic. No, that is true. The time goes by fast in the emergency room. It does not feel like 12 hours. Sometimes on a cardiac unit, it feels like it's 18 hours because it's so slow after you pass your meds and do your assessments. Anyway, she's saying, though, the ER is fast-paced, high-risk environment, constantly changing priorities, wide range of patient options. I don't know, she's trying to promote it or discourage it. These are some serious, it's intense. She's saying you got to think outside the box. You got to think about what could be happening to the patient and right now and in the future. Don't they usually have a specialty attending? They do. They do. But a lot of the times, though, the nurse has to be right there. Patient comes in and they're bleeding out or anything like that. Like the nurse has to be able to start that IV, run and get that fluids. And so for new nurses, it can be very overwhelming. You need to have mentorship in there, unless you maybe come from another country and you've been doing it in another country. Okay. But I'm talking about the NCLEX conferences. For those of you who are just joining, we are right now trying to get everybody who should have taken the NCLEX by now back into a position to take the NCLEX. That's what we're doing. Okay. So you guys are messaging me, you're DMing me for your remediation plan so you can take the NCLEX. You've been out for too long. The second thing we're doing is we are attending the conference and we're discussing the changes or we're discussing the updates for the 2026-2029 NCLEX. We are also reading how the faculty is currently. I just opened up the conference notes. Oh my goodness. All right, here we go. They said, all right, the movie is back on. That means that, before we were having a conversation about whether this is live or not. So they said the movie is back on. I love this show. All right. Some people are saying critical care is also taking new graduates more now. Okay. And they're talking about the need for the new nurses to be able to come in with prioritization and cue recognition. Have to be able to do that as a new nurse coming in. I think you need prioritization, though, no matter where you're coming into. Not just the emergency room. I have never seen this in the conference where they allow, and maybe something else is coming on, but they have never just allowed a specialty to come on and start promoting that discipline. So I haven't seen this before. This is new, where you're able to just spotlight emergency room nurses. Do we need more emergency room nurses? Because this is the NCLEX conference. So I'm not sure why. Maybe it's good for the educators to tell you guys that it's okay. Emergency room nurses are going to be open to hiring you guys. Hi, Miss Regina. I graduated way back in 1997 in the Philippines, and I'm planning to take the NCLEX. That's it is very big. It's very big for you to take the NCLEX now. I think it's a great move. I think it'll be a great professional move for you to get the license RN. I bet it's an RN. And I think it'll open up many doors. And what I'm seeing, and this is something that you have to understand, is that there is no age limit when it comes to nursing in the United States. And she said at this point, they should just grandfather us in without taking the NCLEX. I don't know. So much has changed though with safety. It's tough. There's no age limit in the United States for nurses, meaning you could be any age. I just saw how one nurse, I think she was like 59 and she just graduated from nursing school. So when I say don't take yourself out the game, don't take yourself out the game too soon. There absolutely is opportunity for you to come in, make NCLEX your stepping stone to the next thing. My brain is so rusty. We'll get it back on track. I would put you in probably the 3-month program, because you can do actually a lot in 3 months. You can do a lot in 3 months, especially if you have structure. It'll just be like going back to school again. You just do it at your house. Okay, they're talking about using, you guys might not know this, but they're talking about using the Lassiter clinical judgment rubric as a tool to assess clinical thinking. And I'm familiar with Lassiter. I'm familiar with this, but not 100%. When you talk about using the Lassiter in the classroom, I'm trying to figure out how she wants this to be used. Because I know about Bloom's taxonomy, right? So that's how I write my questions, using Bloom's. But with Lassiter, Bloom's taxonomy is like, can you recognize? Can you apply it? Can you analyze it? Can you, develop it? But with Lassiter's, you're looking at, does the nurse notice something? Does she interpret it? Or do they respond, and can they reflect? So I think she is encouraging educators to write simulations or case studies. This is the reason why so many people who are training nurses, new nurses, need to be at things like this. They need to hear how clinical judgment is being measured. They need to hear the results of where, oh my goodness, did my computer freeze? They need to hear, no, it didn't. They need to hear the results of where new nurses are working. Okay. You guys are talking about working in the ER, right? And so I think that coming to the NCLEX conference it absolutely is benefiting me, because I can see just what other educators are thinking, how they're feeling, but I also can see where NCLEX is headed. Can someone take NCLEX still in school, especially a final year student? No. You can only take NCLEX in school is if you have finished a PN program and you're in the RN program. Then you can take NCLEX at home. I'm sorry, not NCLEX at home. Sorry, I just read another comment. NCLEX in school. No, you cannot take NCLEX at home just yet. Not yet. But again, we're still waiting to hear more details on that. It's been controversial. Take the exam. Come on, you got to take it again. All right. It was a lot of stuff going on during COVID. I think NCBSN is going to have to, they're going to have to change. They're going to have to change this presentation style because it's pre-recorded. And they're going to have to go back to a real live, even though I know it's not easy. If you failed during NCLEX, during COVID, you got to get back up on the horse again, okay? Okay. Does the NCLEX differ on 2026? So for what we know right now, the difficulty doesn't differ and there won't be any NCLEX at home. I think we're still waiting to see about terminology. We're still waiting to see about question types. That's what I'm looking forward to too. So my program is a virtual course and you go through it individually. Okay. So I always do live general classes, but I have the course for you to do individually. Okay. So when I talk about tell me your story, the remediation plan will include you knowing which books you need to purchase, which videos you're going to be watching, which calendar you will be using. How much study time do you recommend for someone who failed over a year ago? You would have to do the longer. I would say the 3 month, 6 to 8 weeks, 6 to 8 weeks for you. Only because I know a year ago doesn't seem like that long, but I don't want to judge you. But I think 6 weeks is just safe. If you do it in 3 weeks, then that's great too. But I would give yourself more time. Okay. All right, so we are still working out this in terms of hearing about how great it is to work in the emergency room. And that's what this conference is about right now. It's knowing how to help a nursing student begin to clinically improve clinical judgment. And I like some of these things that I'm seeing. I probably will be incorporating this into my teaching because some of you do struggle with critical thinking and clinical judgment. All right, so scoring scale. Okay, so she's telling educators to essentially adopt a new way to score nursing students. And you know what this is giving? This is giving how the NCLEX might be changing in the future, like 2029. Because we've been using the clinical judgment measurement model. They've been talking about the clinical judgment measurement model. And now all of a sudden, we're talking about Lassiter's clinical judgment rubric. Why are we talking about this? So I want to know. You know, I think we might have, I think we might be seeing, and we have to really look at the subtleties of what research articles they are putting out, what our practice analysis looks like. So the practice analysis of 2024, I have read it, but I'll be reading it again after this. And then why this educator is showing us this standard now to score nursing students. What book is good for passing the HESI? That's going to be is it HESI entrance or HESI exit? If it's HESI exit, you guys are going to do an NCLEX review. No, I don't have one program. I have programs depending on what part of depending on what type of nursing you're doing. Are you trying to get into nursing school? Are you in nursing school? Or are you exiting nursing school? Yes, send me a DM. Okay. Let me ask this question. For those of you who are studying for NCLEX, what part of the test plan are you struggling with? Is it pharmacology? Is it med surg, like I just went over? Is it maternity? Or is it, what is it? What information? Is it mental health? Where do you need support at for the test plan? Is it pharmacology? Is it med surg? Is it pregnancy, pediatrics? What is your weak area? I want to make sure that we are addressing them in real time. It's everything for me. It can't be everything. You are strong in something. There's something that you are strong in. What is that thing? Med surge. Med surge. Okay. Med surge. Med surge is tough. Med surge is sure enough tough. What else do you have? Pharmacology, mental health. Okay. Case studies. I've recently completed my BSN. Could you please tell me how much time is generally recommended? If you just got out of school, you want to take it as quickly as possible, because the longer you wait, the harder it will be for you. That's just in general. And those of you know who have been out of school for a long time, it will be a challenge. It will be a lift for you to get into the training, start doing the book. Remember, like, even having this, if you've been out of school for a long time, I make you read the book. You have to do the book. Okay. This is what makes ReMar different. I have physical books in my program for you to help get you there. And so even doing that can be challenging when you've been out of school for a little minute, but it's necessary to the process. But if you just graduated, surely it is good for you to get started as much as possible. Okay. Get started as much as possible and as soon as possible too. All right. Right now I'm doing a tell me your story promotion. So if you email me or DM me, I will hear your story, but I also will give you a discount on my course. Okay. But I don't want anything in the chat. I literally want you to DM me, please. Direct message me. Everybody's different. So they're talking about the development of the emergency room nurse, and the educators are saying a serious question. If any of the moderators could please respond. Is this seminar going to be live at any point for an actual give and take Q&A? Somebody said they just had one and they will have one at the end according to the agenda. But that's not what he asked. He asked, was it going to be live? Okay, people would say, I would like to follow up on if the passing standard or logits in 2026 will change. Let's see if I got an answer for that. Okay, no answer. That's good too. They didn't discreetly say that the passing standard would. They didn't say that the passing standard would change. They just said there were no structural changes in the exam. So for me, that is the passing standard too. Okay, so she's still talking about the simulations for ER nurses. Do you recommend your course for someone who's going in their last semester in the BSN program? So you have about 3 months. I would say do the nursing school one. Sometimes I would suggest doing NCLEX. However, you have a few months, and I don't necessarily know if you have a break right now or if you are just rolling into it. So the NCLEX course is very structured. You don't get to play around, in terms of doing some of it and not doing some of it. So the NCLEX course is very intense. If you start my NCLEX course, I want you to make sure that you're able to prioritize it so you get in and get out. But if you're going to still be in nursing school and doing stuff with nursing school, then it's probably best you get the nursing school videos, because then you can just look at your course syllabus. Okay. So pharmacology. Remember, pharmacology is huge for most nursing students. Hold on one second. I have to talk to my other educators that are attending the conference. We're all taking notes because we know that we're going to have a meeting about it afterwards. Do you recommend? Okay. So pharmacology is universally tough for nursing students. It is not easy at all, but you do need to be able to think about pharmacology in a certain way. Okay. I think most people have pharmacology as one of their issues. You've been out of school since 2015. That's, well, yeah, 2015. Yeah, you're gonna have to do a full program. You're gonna have to do a full review program. Anybody that's been out of school for honestly more than 6 months, you need a full program. You are not a new graduate. Even though you're going to take a new graduate exam, you are not a new graduate. So when people talk about studying pharmacology, I of course have this pharmacology section in the back of Quick Facts. Okay, pharmacology. I like to separate pharmacology based on how it affects the body, and also with the knowledge that you are still studying the videos that have the actual disease processes in them. So for example, you'll see that the first group of medications that I have here are allergy medications. Okay. Allergy medications. So this allows you to think, all right, patients with allergies are going to be taking these medications and for these reasons. And I keep it kind of straightforward about the information that I tell you. You need to know the name. Okay. You need to know how that medication works. You also need to know what side effects there are. And if anything, if there are any life-threatening or I would say test favorite points, NCLEX test favorite points that they always ask. So for example, for diphenhydramine, we know diphenhydramine is a very popular allergy medicine. Okay. However, one emergency thing about diphenhydramine is that, and has anybody ever taken this before? The drug name is, the common name is Benadryl. Okay. No, if you've been at school more than 10 years, you need to start with the videos. As a fresh graduate, what do you recommend? You can get Quick Facts. Start with Quick Facts and see if you like the way I teach, and then you can develop out from there. So diphenhydramine, Benadryl, right? When you take Benadryl, it makes you very tired. It is a sedative, right? And I have that as a point here in Quick Facts. That's a point that you should know about diphenhydramine. It is a sedative, but also you need to understand why it is a sedative. It is a sedative because it crosses the blood-brain barrier. Okay. And so if something crosses the blood-brain barrier and makes you drowsy, then there's certain populations that should not have this medication. Okay. And so that's how you need to think about it for NCLEX. Not just trying to memorize beta blockers end in LOL. Like, that's not going to save anybody's life. But you do need to know that NCLEX is going to ask you, why can't patients with diabetes mellitus take beta blockers? Okay. So all I want you to do is that extra prep of just becoming a student, recognizing I need help and what I've been doing hasn't been serving me. Okay. If you've been stuck, then I want it today to be the day like, okay, what I've been doing hasn't been working. Let me try Professor Regina. Let me try and see what this lady is talking about. Okay. Because most students, when they do that, they find out exactly, number one, how they learn. And then number two, they actually have a roadmap back to where they're trying to be. If you graduated a year ago, what would you recommend as a repeat test taker? You need my videos, my V2 plus quick facts. That's it. That's it. You've been out of school for a year. So that means you need to do a full review. It's been a year. Okay. Because I'm doing the promotion and I'm giving out special discounts, I want you to message me first, because everybody doesn't get the same discount. Everybody doesn't have the same situation. Everybody doesn't have the same story. Like some people are just like, I just graduated 2 weeks ago. I just want quick facts. Okay. Other people have been out of school for several years. They've taken NCLEX several times and they need actually something more. They need the full review. Okay. The full review are the videos that go along with this book. Okay. This is the workbook. Remember, I told you one of the ways that I help you beat anxiety is that I have you write information down. When you write something down, you remember it 3 times more than just watching it. Okay. So you get this workbook, you'll get a downloadable version of it, and you will get, where is it at? You'll get the video courses. Okay. Oh, these are my tease videos. You'll get this platform. Okay. It'll look like this. Beginning school V1 and V2. If you're beginning nursing school, you're gonna get the nursing school course. You'll get my platform. It looks like this. You'll watch the videos. These are my T's and HESI videos, but the NCLEX videos will be like that too. And then you'll get quick facts. That's the full course. One platform system, 2 books, 1 question bank. I've been with ReMar since it was a baby. And when was that? When was I a baby? Let me know, because I do know when I was a baby. All right, we are still talking about the emergency nursing. Oh my goodness. Emergency nursing. Okay, I'm back on the comments. But yeah, my course is pretty simple. It's literally 1 platform, 2. Okay. Yeah, it is. I think so too, Clarissa. I told you guys, I don't want you mixing resources. I want you to give it a try. Just 1 resource. Okay. Just 1 resource. You watch the videos first. If you get the study calendar, when you get the full course, you'll see you do the videos first. Quick facts is last, because quick facts is going to take you longer. Okay. And you'll be able to think about this book differently if you do the videos first. If you want to study backwards, you can start with quick facts and then add the videos on, but you'll see it's better to start with the videos. Nurse ReMar, how about having the workbook and quick facts as a 2022 grad? Is that okay for me? That's okay for you. That's okay for you. You need to have the videos, the workbook, and quick facts. That will work for you. Do you think 3 weeks is enough if you put your all into it? Can I pass the NCLEX? 3 weeks? What you want me to say? 3 weeks is super fast. 3 weeks is so fast. I don't know. 3 weeks is cramming. At least change. If you can change your test, change the test. Tell me, when is the last time you've tested? I've been out of school since 2011. I've gone over V2 twice. Okay. 2 times is when people usually do the videos 2 times. Where are you at in quick facts, and have you done the CAT exam? Because my course also comes with the CAT exam. Since 2003, well, 2003, maybe. No. 2003. No, not 2013, maybe. In 2003, I was fresh out of high school. I was not yet who I was meant to be. I tried another program and didn't succeed. So overwhelming. Spending all that money. I feel like I'm going backwards. Nope, you're not. You're not going backwards. Okay. It's all how you look at it. Remember, sometimes for people to have success, they have to experience failure. That's part of getting to success. And the whole idea is that you only fail if you quit. You only fail if you quit. If you keep trying, that's not failure. Okay? Yeah, 2013. That's more like it. Okay? So I want you guys to think about it in that way. It's not even about that. So the money, all right, some lessons are expensive. Have you ever been in a situation where you paid a lot of money to learn an expensive lesson with your car or with something else, your kids? I pay for expensive lessons in life all the time. I don't like them, but I know I needed to go through that so I can learn how to get back on track. So just get back on track. So what do you recommend? A month of studying? Clarissa, 6 weeks. That's the lowest I want to go. You feel like you need more content? Are you coming to the Monday and Wednesday sessions? I'm reading this book with you guys on Mondays and Wednesdays. Okay. Also, if you need more content, if you just want more content, get the nursing school course. Have you seen all the videos in that nursing school course? I've done so many videos there. Nice. I just emailed you. I'm investing in my license. I love that. I love that. No, you have to activate your subscription. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That's the whole point. Okay, what is she talking about? We have another presentation, and it is from Nurse Kelly Bryant, and she's talking about why clinical judgment matters. Well, we know clinical judgment definitely matters, but she's saying that there is a gap between new nurses and having the skills needed to problem solve. Well, that's also very much real because most employers, when the research was done, said that they were disappointed in new nurses, and how they were able to, or how they struggled with critical thinking. Oh. Let me go to the chat. People are saying that the ER, learning about the ER was great. People are saying did I read this comment already? It says there has definitely been a decline in NCLEX passing rates since 2023 update. Okay. So it would definitely be interesting to see if there is a correlation between the updated exam versus safer nursing practice. I actually thought the passing rates went up. No, the passing rates were up, right? But now they are low. This Professor Tamara says it's 71% right now. No, that can't be right. No. Yes, I asked too. I hope they have a response. Let's see. For some reason, the question and answer session is just not working. This is true. They're saying that it's interesting that NCLEX is talking about assessing clinical judgment, because I believe NCLEX is only assessing basic safety care. Wow. These educators, I'll say the educators that show up, the ones that show up to this type of conference are so serious, okay? So serious about their profession that they are the ones that are okay to scrutinize this body, right? The National Council of State Boards of Nursing, they have to be able to address these concerns that educators are having, okay? I don't have the ReMar V2 videos. I just have the quick facts and workbook. Well, the problem with just having the quick facts workbook, and then I'll answer some of these other questions, is that this workbook is empty, right? So when you open it up, it's an empty book. You need the videos to fill this stuff out, and it's important for you. I think schools give too much information and don't guide us what we should actually know and focus on. I don't disagree with that. I think nursing schools do give a lot of information, and it is because you guys have to understand, legally, in order for them to keep their school going, they have to say that they provided you with so many hours of instruction. And they have to say that they've given you all these, metrics and all this information. And so if they give it to you, even if you don't understand it, they can at least say, well, I gave it to you. And so that's what happens. I've been out of school for 3 years now. I failed the NCLEX a week before the next gen. I am lost now. I want you to try to take the next gen exam, because people said that they actually like the next gen NCLEX better than the old one. So give it a try. I think you might do well. But send me a message. You can DM me, send me a message, and I will help you get back on track with that. Okay. Okay, so Nurse Bryant is telling us about the research on doing simulations and how simulations improve clinical judgment. And I think that's very true. Simulations, for most nursing schools, you have to have simulations as part of your curriculum. I would be very worried if a nursing school didn't do any simulations. You absolutely should have simulations. Okay. Is it practice? Okay. So this is okay. This is more information than we have ever gotten about emergency room nursing. And now, simulation design. What does that tell you, everyone? At this conference that we are sitting here, and they are talking about emergency room nursing and simulations. Let me read the comments. Professor Victoria, this is what the teachers say at the conference right now. Professor Victoria says, often as an educator, I feel a lot of pressure to pass students. I agree, Mimi. AI. It's very concerning. Nurse Linda says, according to the NCLEX test plan, new grads are expected to use clinical judgment. I don't think the stats presented in the ED presentation supports clinical judgment is being measured on the NCLEX at a level needed for practice. Ooh, that's saying a lot. That's saying a lot. Because remember, the educator, the ER nurse said that when you use lassitors to measure clinical judgment, you're looking at seeing if the nurse can be intrigued, if they can recognize it, and if they can analyze it, right? And they're saying that the way Lassiter's is set up, clinical judgment measurement model is missing those steps. Professor Shelby says, when nursing school performance is judged by our NCLEX pass rates and retention rates, it's hard to justify not passing students on metrics such as understanding clinical judgment or not. Unfortunately, the NCLEX is still the only standard that says a student is ready for practice. Unfortunately, the NCLEX is still the only standard. What does that say to you? All right, getting ready for clinicals, what do you recommend from your resources so I can stay ahead? I have a whole section on how to prepare for clinicals in my nursing school videos. Get the nursing school video course. There's a whole section on preparing for clinicals. You got to go into clinicals with your mind right. I failed the second time at 85 and now at 137 questions the whole 5 hours. I don't know what to do. You did better, actually, the second time around. You did better. You saw progress. But you might have been second guessing yourself. It sounds like you were second guessing yourself and you were picking the wrong answer when you should have picked the right answer. That professor saying, unfortunately, the NCLEX is still the only standard, is saying, hey, NCLEX has a monopoly on who gets to be deemed ready for practice. And that's an issue. And that's sad that we only have one way to credential a nurse, and that is through NCLEX. She is introducing the idea that there should be another way that a nurse can demonstrate she is ready for practice. And I think if NCLEX, I think that they could be getting in hot water if they don't really get this NCLEX at home airtight. I think educators will rise up and demand another way to test nurses. I don't think they did themselves any favors by putting that website out there. Okay. Okay, they're talking about simulations. They're spending heavy time on simulations and getting educators ready for telling us we need to be doing simulations. I think this is speaking to what NCLEX is going to turn into. Okay. That happened to me 150 and now 97. I think I was double thinking. Yeah. I mean, I've been doing this for a very long time. So some issues are just common among nurses. Lenore says they need to get rid of NCLEX. Man, this is so, you know what? We are in such an interesting time in nursing. And that's why I think you need to really get in now and get your hands in the field, because in a few years, nursing will not look the same. I, honest to God, think that it should go back to how it was probably 60 years ago, where you got most of your training at the bedside. There was none of this sitting in class for 18 months, paper writing, and all this such a thing. And I love education. I think a certain population should do that. But I think we would see more success from people who want to be nurses and who have the heart and who have the compassion if you could get your training at the bedside, test out hands-on skills, maybe do a smaller exam, and get you started. Because everybody knows this is the truth. You can go through a nursing program, and when you get out, because you've been in a classroom most of the time and you've had clinicals, you still feel like, I don't know what to do. Like, I don't know what to do. And so you end up needing on-the-job training. And so even after being in school, you come out like a baby duck, looking for your mother, looking for that preceptor nurse to teach you how to start an IV, teach you how to do an admission, teach you how to use a pump. We still come out of nursing school like newborn babies. And so what's the point? Right? Somebody said, yeah, and you should tell them. Listen, when we talk about nursing education, sometimes it's so backwards. And we might need to take a step back, because what we're talking about now, is pushing us more into the technology, more into relying on. Why do we have to rely on simulations when we literally could just be back at the bedside working with real people? And you guys know, when I started nursing, I started taking care of my grandparents. I was 16 years old, and I had a home health nurse teach me how to take care of my grandparents. I didn't go to nursing school until 17, 18, 19, 20. 4 years later, I got admitted to the Ohio State University nursing program. And we did our first labs, and I went in there and saw a mannequin, and it blew my mind. That was the first time I saw a mannequin. And we had to give that mannequin a bath. And this is after me taking care of my grandparents for years. And I'm thinking to myself, what is this? That's the experience that some nursing students graduate with, never having really taken care of a real person before. Y'all, taking care of my grandparents made me so much better as a nursing student. I was so much better, because I'm like, we just practicing on mannequins. This is not that serious. Oh man, you said, what did I miss? What are the changes I need to know before I decide to go back to nursing school? Basically, we're talking about how NCLEX is still the gatekeeper of whether or not you're going to get your license. However, in terms of structural changes, we're kind of still waiting to see if there's going to be any question changes, but we know the difficulty level of the test is not changing. It's already hard enough. The passing rates, let me see if there's any new comments. Oh, okay, there's new comments. The passing rates for NCLEX are currently down. We know that. People are struggling to pass this test. Why? Because they are studying in a way that's not serving them. They're graduating, because these are first-time test takers. They're graduating nursing school, essentially not being prepared to pass the boards. I'm back to the comments. Nurse Joyce says this: the presentation was nice to hear, but the NCLEX is measuring clinical judgment by the graduates, and it doesn't matter where they work. That's true. So they're talking about, oh my goodness, she's talking about doing simulations using virtual reality, using AI. Listen to this. She's talking about using AI to develop your simulations. NCLEX is not, they haven't really talked about NCLEX online yet. I don't think it's happening in the next 3 years. Right now, they're talking about how to use AI to develop simulations. Another comment: graduating from nursing school is a standard for determining if an applicant can be licensed. They're saying the fact that you graduate for nursing school should determine that you should be licensed. The overemphasis on retention and NCLEX passing rates could be damaging to the profession. You guys, Nurse Carla says, we are preparing students to pass a test, more than we are preparing them for the actual exercise of clinical judgment. Now, all while this is going on in the chat, okay? All while this is going on in the chat, NCLEX right now is talking about how to use AI to build a scenario. Y'all, this lady got me on. This lady. Oh my gosh. Let me see if this, I don't know. I got to see if my lion eyes are fooling me or if this is reality right now. If this is reality. Okay. Y'all, I can't even believe what I'm seeing. I cannot even believe what I am seeing right now. First time ever. First time ever. She went to ChatGPT. She went to ChatGPT and said, write a healthcare scenario, and is showing everybody how to use ChatGPT. Cannot tell you how sad this is for me as an educator who has been trained in my profession to see this happening. Wow. I'm sad about this, you guys. This is conference stuff because as an educator, I've been trained to take information and process it and create an educational experience that I can explain and I can understand. Okay. This is what we are coming to in our profession. And I get it. I get it because we know that people are using ChatGPT. We know nurses are using ChatGPT, right? But from a but from honestly our licensure examination board, come on, we can't do this. We can't do this. We cannot do this. We cannot do this. I had to correct so many ChatGPT errors when it comes to just human body, the way NCLEX thinks, the priority. Like I've seen, I don't, I'm baffled by this. I'm baffled by this, guys. But here's the reality of it. They're showing us how to use AI because guess what? They will be using AI soon. I get it. They're showing us how to use AI because this is the direction that they are headed in. Okay. And wow. And actually, they shared a link in here for, oh my gosh, for ChatGPT. They want you to use ChatGPT in education now. Yeah, I would say just go ahead and just get ready to take NCLEX. And I think it's very important that you guys be able to learn information without It's interesting. Oh man. So yeah. It's interesting. I think we definitely need to get out here and understand how nursing should be done on a hands-on level, right? I definitely think that that is going to be a priority for us. I absolutely believe that most of us who are practitioners at the bedside will still need to have those hands-on skills. We need to be able to understand how something works in its natural form without having the filter of AI over it. And here's the thing. Every time, and I just put this in the comments, every time we use AI for something, we do. Every time we use AI for something, we become more dependent on it, right? Every time we use AI, every time we use it. So, anyways, I'm just reporting. I need to take myself out of the situation because, oh, man, I need to take myself out of the situation. I'm just reporting the news right now. I'm just reporting the news. And exactly, that's the thing about it. That's the scary thing about it. I can't even say scary. Doctors are already using AI. We know that. Doctors are using it. Doctors are using it at the bedside. People are transcribing with it. Doctors are ordering it. However, here's the thing. The doctors are not with the patients. You are. And so if a nurse has to take, and this is why I spend so much time reading and creating material and creating books. If a nurse has to take a paragraph of fundamentals of nursing and run it through AI and then understand it, then that's a filter that has to be put on common language of nursing, right? And this is the disadvantage, is that in life or death situations, you won't be able to have AI make the decision, okay? Unless it will come to a point where the collective majority will say, these nurses need AI in order to be able to get it done. Okay? And I think that seeing this is like, what is happening in our profession? Because if they're telling the teachers to use AI, then that certainly means the teachers will have to say, I did not write this case study, AI wrote it. Or, you know what I mean? And I think in some cases that may be okay. But I think for students, it's good to have that tension. I don't want to be hypocritical, but I feel like for students, it's not bad for you to struggle. And I think that when we talk about using AI for the priority of human life on something that doesn't have human life and is not there to notice the little cues, because sometimes, um, sometimes a patient can have all the right labs and they could be talking and doing everything that they're supposed to do, but you as a nurse can look at them and say, something is not right about you. Something is not right about you. And you have that tuition based off your own knowledge, your own experience, and being able to look at somebody. Oh man. Oh my goodness. This is a lot. This is a lot. That's where the senior nurses come in. Come on, give me an old school nurse. I know she probably not going to use no gloves. Right? I know she probably not going to use no gloves, but she won't be using AI to understand how to give a medication. Man. Yeah. Teachers are going to have to adapt to the technology because this technology is going to be at the bedside. My only struggle is this is the first time in the NCLEX conference where they are promoting the use of chat GPT to help us. Here's the thing, it's not even to help us to this is what I wish it was, to help us look at our class grades and analyze that data and look at trends for us to be able to see where students are failing or struggling, what class, what exam. I think I would have liked for that to be there. Numbers of, I don't know, I can't even comment, I can't even participate in this conversation. I don't know. I think you know, to understand that we are going, okay, so this is what they're saying right now. AI is a game changer. It can help you save so much time writing those scenarios. So one of the things that I'm familiar with is Chat GPT. That's where I started, and that's one of my go-tos to use. Like I said, I don't mind Chat GPT. I think it's okay, but I feel like it's scary coming from the actual exam writers because I have found so many errors in Chat GPT. I should do a video on it. But anyways, she's saying one this is what it is. One of them is a test generator, and the other one is to make a simulation scenario. These are unique agents that are specifically designed to create scenarios, creating one myself. So look out for Dr. Bryant's scenario. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this is the future of item development. All right, so that's cool. That's cool. That's what's going to happen. Is this pre-recorded? My live is not pre-recorded, but that is what is going to, you know, that is what we are hearing about and we are seeing. And I don't know how we feel about it. You know, is this what, we're going to be seeing? Is this okay? Are we okay with this? I don't know. I don't know, but this is live from the NCLEX conference. This is live from the NCLEX conference. So people are going to say, hey, we are seeing this and this is what we are using now. And so this is definitely where NCLEX at home comes into play. It's definitely at home NCLEX. So we're not hearing about NCLEX at home, the actual test day, but we are hearing about, right. So are they integrating AI in the 2026, 2029 NCLEX? I don't know. I haven't heard that yet. They're saying Chat GPT. Oh, yes. They're just saying Chat GPT. Yeah. For question writing. Mm. Okay. So they're saying what I love about, I guess, ChatGPT is that that maybe a student doesn't perform well on exams, and so or written assessments or tests, the simulations can allow them to answer questions. You can apply simulations and think about it. When you go into a simulated patient, you can see how they will respond. Okay. So the simulation can also maybe identify what is going to help the student, what kind of questions they need, um, if they need harder questions. So you're actually using critical thinking skills and clinical judgment. Okay. All right. I like that. Thank you so much. Joyce says, guys, V2 is your go-to to pass your NCLEX. I passed my exam this Sunday. Congratulations. That's a good Sunday gift. Also, you have an NCLEX passer buddy here. Thanks to Professor Regina, I did my NCLEX 8/9/2025 and I passed on my first attempt. Hey, I'm a proud ReMar nurse now. We are sitting here chopping it up, learning all about the NCLEX conference and things that are going to be in place. We have understood that they are actually going to be doing NCLEX at home. However, we don't know. We are not aware of when that date will drop. Okay, we are not aware of when that date will drop. Man. Okay, so the trend that I'm seeing though, does the use of AI tools like ChatGPT affect those doing NCLEX this year? No. I think right now what they're saying is that they are allowing people to feel comfortable as educators from the highest level, because we're talking about someone who is actually at the highest level of nursing exams, saying that she is using chat gpt to write questions and simulations. Also, they're advising us as educators to encourage nursing students to go into the ER, to go into critical care, and not take the approach that they should start in nurse med surg first. Okay. Yes, they are saying that no longer should it be, or they're basically saying there's some people on here that say new grads should go into med surg first. They're saying, nope, send the new grads into ICU or ER, which I know a lot of you want to do that. So here's my thing. What we're talking about is two different things. They are promoting educators to use ChatGPT instead of educators using our brain, right? Nursing students use ChatGPT to get through certain content, right? You guys use ChatGPT to make flashcards. You guys use ChatGPT to do NCLEX style questions. To me, that's different. Okay. But I have a specialized training in developing curriculum. I have a specialized training in being able to look at something, because this is the thing. ChatGPT needs to be checked. It needs to be checked. You need to be able to look at something. You ever put out, you ever see ChatGPT and somebody use ChatGPT and it don't make sense? And it's like, who talk like this? Or that's not how humans sound. Or why you say all of this? So every time I, as an educator, would use ChatGPT, I would get less and less able to discern when something doesn't sound right or something doesn't make sense to me. Okay. And so for educators to start relying on ChatGPT for healthcare scenarios, you got to just be really careful. Okay. Got to just be really careful. Testing at home at the test has to be optional, not mandatory. I think, you know what? I think exactly. Like, I think it'll be optional and it'll be open as an option to do until if you get into a scenario where it's COVID. I think that's where most of the other, I don't even know, I think most of the other exams that use that on view, you have to take it at home. Lovely said I felt one of my projects because the answers were wrong. Exactly. So what are we talking about? You know, I think ChatGPT can be used for a lot of things. Like if you need a recipe, if you want travel advice, I think also if you just want advice about like a certain subject, I think even it can be good for concrete things like anatomy and physiology because the human body never changes. Fitness as well. Like what else are y'all using ChatGPT for? Um, but I think when you talk about unfolding patient scenarios, unfolding case studies with multiple patients, ChatGPT don't got it. It don't have the prioritization down like that. She's saying ChatGPT is great because it can fill gaps so you don't have to pay another instructor to come in. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. We are definitely seeing something never seen before in the history of nursing. And I am watching it in real time with you guys. I'm happy I'm not watching this by myself. Actually, it's very therapeutic for even me to be able to say, say what I'm seeing and understanding understanding what's taking place. Okay. We are talking about a fundamental shift in how nursing education is delivered. We're talking about a fundamental recommendation to change um, content delivery. And maybe they're at this point where it's like, hey, doctors are doing this. Students are doing this. This could be a valid too. If we already know doctors are using it at the bedside, why shouldn't nurses be able to use it? What makes nurses so special that they don't use AI? Let's put it into our profession too. Why shouldn't nurses be able to use AI at the bedside to help them make decisions right away? Hmm? Are we more special than doctors? Do we have to have a different level of accountability? Do nurses have to have a different level of accountability because of how much time we actually spend with the patients? Because doctors are using it to like write their notes and make diagnoses. But is it different for nurses? Do we have to be able to do it without AI? in order to do it well? What do you think? No, seriously. Okay. This is the real point. Do we have time for AI in the nursing field? Do we have time to run to AI and say, okay, my patient's blood pressure is coding. I'm not sure what to do. What medication should I give? He got metoprolol. He got, you know, he got lisinopril. He got furosemide. What do I give? Do we have time to do that in real life? And if we don't have time to do it in real life, why are we introducing it as a crutch for us in the classrooms? I think that I don't know. I cannot imagine a new nurse having ChatGPT as her companion every day in nursing school. There has to be a point where you struggle. There has to be a point where you get it wrong. You got to be able to get it wrong. That's how you learn. We're taking away the ability to get it wrong, even from educators. Like, I can use ChatGPT because I have written NCLEX questions. I know the language. If it spits out something dumb and I don't understand it, I'm like, this is wrong. Okay. Right. I need nursing students to be able to look at the information, get it wrong. There's nothing wrong with failing a test. That's how you learn. Right. Or you study really hard so you don't fail. We're talking about sending nurses into the ER. We want nurses to go into the ER. We want nurses to go into ICU. Those are not environments that you can go into and you are like chat GPT in every definition. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what it looks like. Okay. I'm not sure how we do this responsibly. One of you guys made a really good comment. Another person in here made a comment, a teacher made a comment that said, where was her comment at? It was so good. Do you have a policy on AI generation, right? For scenarios, right? So what is that? Even in our academic writing, if we're using these AI healthcare simulations, is this able to be published in our journals? Because we didn't write it. But no, how do we incorporate AI telling us the answers for everything to being able to still accurately practice at the bedside safely? ChatGPT is going to deny nurses the right to be critical thinkers. Oh, that's an interesting point. That's an interesting point. And even educators, because we just were told how we should write ChatGPT. No, I'm sorry. We were just told a new way to do simulations. Okay. They just showed us a new way we should be doing simulations for y'all. I liked it a lot. I can't wait to dive into it again. But then right after that, it was, you don't have to actually do this. ChatGPT can do this for you. So some educators are like, okay, tell me, tell me how to put it in the scenario and what do we call it, right? And where is it? And other educators like me are like, let me try to do it on my own. Let me try to do it on my own. A nursing student using AI is like a smoker. He or she can't do without it. No, we do not need AI. These are the comments you guys are saying. No, we do not need AI at the bedside, as it may lead to mental laziness or reduce critical thinking skills among nurses. Some people are saying, let's just get rid of NCLEX now. let's go ahead and let's get rid of NCLEX now. The NCLEX changes are, we're looking at terminology changes right now. Let me say this. Anybody who can take NCLEX, y'all need to just go ahead and take it. Y'all need to just really go ahead and take this exam, because you absolutely don't have to deal with any of this. You could be like me. You could be like me, just trying to help other people understand what's happening, but taking it all in. Everybody in their family is going to be a nurse just for the money. Oh my goodness. Will there still be a standard for prompt writing scenarios? How can you justify what you are teaching? That's what I was saying too. Like, I'm one of those teachers that I don't like to just read the PowerPoint slides, because I feel like you should know it, that you should be able to teach it without the PowerPoint, or use the PowerPoint as like a guide and not reading it word for word. But if you have AI writing all of your stuff that you're entrusted to teach somebody, how can you be confident to say, I understand this concept, if you did none of it? If you literally did none of it, it's going to be hard to do. Dealing with it. Right? Do we really want AIs writing the care plan, stuff they don't ever have to do? Yeah. I think absolutely. I think what they showed us is that eventually, let me say this. So I made the prediction, no NCLEX at home, right? I made that prediction days ago. Here's my next prediction. There will be no NCLEX the way it is now. The way the NCLEX is delivered now, where you have a pool of questions, you have 85 to 150 questions. That's all about to go away. That's all I can say right now. That's all I can say, is that you are seeing the beginnings of, yes, I do RNs and yes, I do PNs. Question. I don't know. If AI is teaching the classes, then we would be preparing nursing students to go into just an AI run environment in the hospital systems. Because if AI is going to be making the decisions for the doctors and things like that, then when nurses are going to be tested with AI, then AI will become the new educator. I might be out of a job. I don't know. What am I seeing? What's happening right now? What's happening? If AI is going to be writing the scenarios, AI in the classroom, AI on NCLEX, AI as the proctor. What? Whew. I really don't know what I see. I don't know what I see. I do know though that it took me, I'm gonna just be very transparent. I had to take chemistry. No, I had to take anatomy and physiology in nursing school twice. The first time I took anatomy and physiology in nursing school, I failed it. It was so hard. Chemistry, so hard. But me having that experience, when I went back a different person, right? It helped me to get to the point where I was writing things down. That's how I started my writing of my books and things like that. Okay. That experience of failing and not having the answers is part of who I am today. Okay. And so if we take away that experience of not always having the right answers, then the learning experience is going to significantly change. Y'all, I'm flabbergasted. I really am. Because if we understand that nurses are using AI in the classrooms to help them process things, if teachers are using it in the classrooms to help them process things, when it comes to testing them, surely we cannot take away the thing that they've become so dependent on. That would be cruel. That would be unusual for us to do that. You guys, I think I need a break, honestly. I really do. I really think that I think I need a break. Thank you so much. Hello, I passed NCLEX 7 years ago because of you. Thank you forever. Oh, you made my day. You made my day. I came on here to report NCLEX changes. That was my goal, to report NCLEX changes. What I'm actually doing is reporting the fundamental shift of nursing. It's a big job, you guys. It's a big job. And I wonder, how do you feel about this? Everything that I'm saying is all new to me. You guys are learning it the same way that I'm learning it. As nurses, and here's the thing, you're actually in the same boat as me, because this might not be a reality for you. You said, how about just reading the books? No, for real. Seriously, y'all. I want to just put in the comments, what are we saying here? Okay. What are we doing? But how do you feel about the promotion from the NCLEX that they are going to be using ChatGPT, and they're encouraging ChatGPT? I feel bad for the upcoming students. End result for AI is a half-baked student. If questions are AI generated, can trust the answers? Nurses may be at a disadvantage. No human behind it, I think, is coded by humans. Well, I really don't like this test, considering I've taken NCLEX a few times. I would rather keep our educators and keep this exam the same. This sounds terrible. Is it getting harder? Right now, the NCLEX is not getting harder at all. The NCLEX is in a perfect situation for you to take it now. It's already hard. The NCLEX is already hard enough. So ChatGPT is generating questions now. They are encouraging educators to do questions with ChatGPT, yes. And so if they are encouraging educators, this is the thing. If they're encouraging educators to do it, that means they want to invite more people to this community of doing it, so that when the NCLEX actually does it, there will be a lot of people that say, I'm doing it already. I'm doing it already too. So let's go. So are we seeing the future of NCLEX? Are we seeing the future of our profession take a shift towards AI? And this is what they said about AI, that once it's released, you can't control it. That's one of the dangers of AI. Once it has been released, it will go everywhere, and you can't bring it back. If it's a choice, I don't think a lot of teachers will go for it. It's tough because just based off of the comments here, and you know how they sometimes have people plant, like, I don't know. But a lot of people are saying, thank you. This is a great conference. Thank you for the chat. Like, thank you for the ChatGPT kind of thing. Thank you for telling us these things. Okay. So I think people are on board for it. I'm still looking to see though if there will be any significant changes. Of course, here's my thing. The human body, prioritization, those things will not change. Okay, we got a new presentation coming up.
Department here at NCSBN. Today, Dr. Chan and I will be discussing one of our research projects related to the development of the NCLEX, exploring an exam development strategy to achieve a higher impact.
Okay, so I can't like broadcast it, you guys know, but what I'm about to see and hear is exploring an exam strategy to have a higher impact. So that means changing some, to me, I'm guessing, changing some part of this exam to have a higher impact. What does that mean? Is that to what does it mean to have a higher impact? I think AI is choices. One doesn't have it engaged. So what AI is encouraged is still a choice. True. I intend taking NCLEX early next year. Will there be changes in the V2? Early next year. So the NCLEX is not going to change until April 1st. So that's like spring of next year. If there's any changes that need to be done, V2 will have them. I think they will you're talking about adopted because it makes their job easier, but they are not aware this could replace their jobs. True. Okay, so what they're talking about, so the background of this strategy is creating a clinical judgment case study requires time and effort. Okay, so because the creation of new clinical judgment scenarios requires time, and you need to address basically multiple factors. A well-designed clinical scenario provides the information required to address the concept being tested and address the order in the STEM and in well-guided development of the answers plus key distractors, because we already talked about the distractors. So she's saying that here's another part of the background. Item writers dedicate most of their time focusing on the creation of well-designed clinical scenarios. Okay, we know that. That's why we have people to write the exam for us. So what's the problem? So the question was, does implementing a target item writer strategy increase productivity? That's good. Should there be a strategy to write these questions? So using a single clinical scenario along with targeted strategies, they started collecting data over the last 2 years. Okay, so let's see what the data showed us. This was a quasi-experimental design. They had 6 panel groups consisting of educational component and item development. Okay. We're looking to see if there is a strategy for writing NCLEX questions better. That's what I'm looking for. What are they going to tell us? Darlene says, let go. I can, I will, I must pass NCLEX in 2025. ReMar nurse, my focus. That's right. I like this. For everybody right here, passing your NCLEX is the focus. No matter what is going on in this world, no matter if AI is going to give you NCLEX, if I'm going to give you NCLEX, if a robot is going to give you NCLEX, it don't matter because you're going to pass it. Anyways, they use 57 nurse educators. The majority of them were first-time question writers. They had 3 RN exams. So these are all RNs that they tested this on. They usually do stuff with the RNs more than the PNs. Anyways, so we're waiting to see what they found out. Cynthia says, yes, Lord. Yes, Lord. We are live from the NCLEX conference. You can't watch it. You have to, wait, hold on. Some educators only read off their PowerPoint. Educators are going to be lazy and they'll refer you. They already think we can't. They already think we can't take blood pressures manually. True. Conference has been going on all day, and I've been here giving live reviews, but also helping you to determine whether or not you are ready to take the NCLEX again. If this is going to be your year to shift around and do what you need to do to make this a priority, or if you are going to be, still milling around trying to finish this. And I am still live on the scene. I'm reading educators' comments. I'm reading your comments. Let's see what the educators are saying. Oh man, got way off track. Chat GPT is really analyzing our lives, recording things we say and do. I can use them. I can see them using it in the future to solve crimes. True. Okay, they're saying, okay, people are asking, educators are asking, what are people using to teach? They're also saying, oh man, I just changed my whole transcript. Oh man, I changed my transcript to French. That ain't gonna help me. Hold on. That's all people are really saying in the comments. We're waiting to hear what strategy they develop to improve writing questions. I do type fast if you're talking about me. Okay. When are you guys planning to take NCLEX? Who is taking NCLEX in October? Is there anybody here that's taking NCLEX in October? What month are you taking this exam? That's what I need to know. What month are you taking this exam? And are you taking RN? Are you taking PN? I'll probably honestly, okay, I got somebody taking it in October. Okay. Are you ready for it? Are you ready for it? I think we all need to embrace AI as early as this. Maybe this is how they've been developing items. It's true. Lots of Octobers here. A lot of Octobers. No wonder y'all here at this conference. Y'all want to know, do I really need to pass this test now, or should I wait and an easier test is coming? So look here, you are not alone. Many of you are testing in October. You say, I'm almost done with V2. I test in October. That means that right now, you should honestly be finishing up your curriculum. The 10th, you should really be finishing up your curriculum. Is that where you are? I'm so excited. I have 16 days left for my test. Yes. So if you have 16 days left, you should really be focusing on questions now. Okay. All right. So they're just talking about the results and the conclusions of the study. I'm trying to wait for the question and answers. Okay, I got a PN. Lots of RNs. I got a PN. No, I told you guys, NCLEX at home was not coming. When I said it, I meant it. I said it. I have to report back that it's really true. It's not happening. Like, it's not. They put it on their website to get everybody interested in knowing it's a prep. Let me know how many questions you failed with. Let me know. They put it on their website because I want to make sure. And also, you can send me a private message too. 85 questions. Okay. That's so devastating. Do you feel like when you were taking the exam, you just didn't know what you were being asked? Or do you feel like it was unfamiliar? Let me know. Yes, absolutely. I wanted to keep you guys aware of whatever conference changes they were making in real time. Okay. Failing in 85 questions is so tough because it means that um, you weren't able to discern the right answer, the right safety answer, the right safety answer. Talking about AI, the many faces of Nicole says, I'm saddened deeply because a computer, even a supercomputer, is prone to error. Some things are more talking and feeling in nursing. Imagine AI telling you the wrong information. Yeah, they're going to have to figure this out. And I think what they want to do is, the more that you use AI, the more you can train it to know more. And so if they tell everyone to go to this AI and start making scenarios, what they're doing is they're harvesting our knowledge. They're harvesting our knowledge to make ChatGPT better. My issue is, I want to get paid for my knowledge. Okay. I'm not giving my knowledge away for free. Let me read. It was a blend of I wanna know, but what I don't know. Can you write that again, Annie? I'm not sure what that is. Cool. Nikki said I passed my first time with you and a few others. Give me the hearts. Exactly. It learns from us. Yeah, it learns from us. And so that's it's I don't know. There's something missing. Hey, congratulations. I'm seeing people that are taking positive steps in the right direction. They are making decisions. They are figuring out. They're struggling. This is what I want. We need to have this struggle. Very confident and prepared. I finished V2 early, so now I'm going through listening again. Get in that question bank. Don't skip any part of the process, okay? Don't skip any part of this process. My course does come with variable. My course comes with 3 things. The videos, okay? When I say videos, when I say V2, I'm talking about the videos. Watch every one of them. Also, there's quizzes in between. Those quizzes help you to see, have you retained what you just learned? And also, are you able to be challenged? Okay. You have to watch all the videos. You need to have quick facts and also writing down the information too while you watch the videos. Write things down. Did you do that? And then quick facts. Does your quick facts look like this? This is part of it. Okay. Can't skip anything. Also, the Q bank. Have you been in the Q bank? Very important for you to do that. Hold on one second. Let me see. Okay, she's doing the results of that study. Definitely. I'm taking mine this month for the second time, NCLEX PN. Do it. Do it. Okay. And so part of us attending this conference today is getting us back into the mentality. It's not even so much about the changes. The changes are good. Okay. But knowing about the changes are good, but also bringing this to our minds, bringing this to the front of our minds, because it's easy to put NCLEX on the back burner. It's very easy to put NCLEX on the back burner and have other things come before it. So you seeing that there's an NCLEX conference is now making you more interested. Is that right? Now making you feel like I got to get back on track. What is the NCLEX conference? Every year, the NCLEX has a conference to discuss things that they're working on, things that they're thinking about, things that are important in the nursing profession. And so this year, we are being exposed to things that are transforming in nursing care and in nursing education. And so I feel like the NCLEX at Home initiative, that website, I feel like it was just one small part of what's happening in the future of nursing. And we see that doctors are using AI and chat GPT to make diagnoses and to interact with patients. And so now we know that nurses will also be using AI. Nurses will also be using AI, and NCLEX will be using AI. Okay. So do you need to study? How many people need to take NCLEX now before any changes with AI? Because the only thing about it is AI is not going to make this exam easier. Are we doing the question and answer section? Okay, they're going to discuss a research study. I was waiting for the question and answer section. I'm waiting on my ATT. Yes, many of you need to just go ahead and take this NCLEX the way it is now. And I'm excited. Get out here into the practice, start getting your experience so that you'll be able to go. Because if we are talking about having nurses come out, or if we're talking about, do you have to wait 48 hours for the results? Yes, in most places you do. Am I doing class tonight? I don't know. I said I was, but emotionally, honestly, I've been going live for almost 5 hours now. I am emotionally exhausted. As you can imagine, y'all didn't see me go through all types of emotional changes in this conference while I'm still trying to be subjective. Okay. They're talking about things that maybe some people don't know, but what is considered a newly licensed nurse? What are the characteristics of the nurses who are taking NCLEX? I think we kind of know that. So a new nurse is anybody who has a nursing career over under a month. I like that. I think I should take a break and just push replay for people who who missed it all. If you missed this all, you missed a lot. Yeah, you know what? I have not done a live for 5 hours. It's been a long time. It's been a very long time. But I think though this was worth it, because at the end of the day, I would have had to be here anyways. I would have had to be here on the conference anyways. So having you guys here actually has made it. It doesn't even seem like it's 4 hours. I know tomorrow when I wake up and like my voice is sore, then I'll know, yeah, you talked for 5 hours straight yesterday. But right now it doesn't seem like it's been that long to me. And I know for some of you, you learned a lot about NCLEX. Okay, so what are we seeing? Oh, let me screenshot this. Hold on. Okay. So LPNs are in long-term care facilities caring for med-surg patients in chronic stable conditions. We know that. RNs are in acute care settings caring for critical care, emergency department, and med-surg patients. Also, RNs have the task of caring for patients who have chronic conditions, but they're unstable chronic conditions. If you need T's, please check out my T's course and my book and my videos for T's. So this is different in terms of the stable, okay, LPN stable. The RNs are doing acute care plus chronic unstable conditions. Of course, RNs are also, this is new. Thank you so much. Thank you. RNs are also in administrative positions. Guess where they're at? Long-term care facilities. And that's true. Once you become an RN, you can do long-term care administration. Hey, guess what? You also can create a free trial of my course. If you don't have it and you don't know what it is, you can create a free trial by going to remarnurse.com/free. Okay, 30-minute presentation, the methodology. What are we talking about? I didn't miss what's happening. Okay, so they were talking about the characteristics of the nurses, RN and PN. And we are waiting to see if any of this has to do with any changes. Okay, any changes. Hi, how are you? We're just hanging out at the NCLEX conference today. Super fun, super amazing. We're still learning about, it's so much research, isn't it not? It's so much research that happens. They say this exam, y'all, this conference goes on and on until 6:30 tonight. Can you imagine? I definitely won't be on. I'm gonna have to take a break. Okay, let me read what the comments. What are the educators saying? Nothing. So the good thing about the conference though, and this is why I will be going over it for like the next couple days, is because after the conference is taking a long time. Everybody has to say something. And I see what y'all be saying in nursing school, because some people are long-winded. It doesn't, some of this stuff people can say in like 5 minutes, but the conference speakers, they take a long time. So you guys are helping me get through the conference. But no, what was I saying? I was talking about being able to process the information and learn more so that you can prepare yourself. A lot of you guys are testing in October, which is really amazing. This was such a blessing for me. Thank you. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, learning about the conference. We already know this, the American environment for nursing, we are dealing with an aging population. We have an increased workload. It's a complex work environment. And we are responsible for delivering patient care. And sometimes we have minimal support. So my question is, where are we adding AI to help us to critically think? But here are the characteristics of, that's bad. Here are the characteristics of the new grads. This is what they're saying. New graduates are here. They are a bit challenged because they have a lack of confidence, ineffective clinical judgment, difficulty managing complex care situations, poor self-actualization. These are all negatives. Prone to practice error, and anxiety and stress. The result is that several critical variables are the experience of the entry-level nurse. The good news is that when it comes to orientation, the entry-level nurses will report to participating in a nurse residency program, and that has steadily increased since 2008. But here's the thing. If we recognize that entry-level nurses have all of these negative things that they are battling, what can we do to make sure that they are supported, whether they get access to an entry level or a residency nurse program or not? Why is this the characteristic of the entry level nurse? Why are they ineffective in critical thinking? Why are they anxious? Why are they stressed? Why is that? It's definitely, I was looking for the positives. Maybe the positives are coming up, but that is how they are describing y'all. That's how they're describing y'all. You think it's what's happening in the classroom? Mm-mm. Good evening. Thank you for everything. You're such a blessing. I listened to you. I did V2 quick facts and I passed in June. You've been a nurse all summer. Okay, does the current NCLEX definition of an entry-level nurse with no more than 12 months of experience still apply? Ooh, that's the survey question. What's the results? It was 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, or 24 months. So what did people say? Okay, now they got to turn it over to somebody else to give me the answer. They probably need more time. A new graduate should probably be less than 16 months. What did the results say? What do you guys think? Is 12 months the right number for a new graduate, or should it be more? Yeah, I think you can pass NCLEX and still be very unsure of yourself. Nope, people say go to 12 months. People say 12 months. 12 months is still what they're going with. The next biggest choice was 18 months. And then it was 6 months, and then it was 24 months. But people mostly agree. 74% responded to the question indicating that new entry is no more than 12 months. I feel like with all the characteristics that y'all just said, it needs to be more. It needs to be more. It definitely needs to be more. 18. I feel like 18 months, you should be no longer considered a new nurse. You should be considered a ready to work nurse in any, I would say, like in any hospital in your specialty. So like after 18 months, a telemetry nurse should be able to work in her hospital independently and another hospital independently at 18 months. If we really just took time, and this is why I say nursing should probably go back to the bedside. And it's true. It depends on that residency program. But I think if we started nursing at the bedside and not just I know skills lab is cool, but if we actually started to teach at the bedside and learn things at the bedside, it would make a huge difference. It would make a huge difference. You said you hate bedside. You have to do some bedside. Yeah. You have to study for nursing school different. Nursing school is definitely more memorization, more learning and dumping, whereas NCLEX, you cannot study that way. No matter what you did in nursing school, and that's the challenge. No matter what you did in nursing school, you still need to study for this exam. It's different. Keep going. Yes, thank you so much. Yep. Yeah, I mean, from what I'm seeing, guys, from what I'm seeing, we are entering into a new era of nursing. We are entering into a new era of artificial intelligence at the bedside. We are entering into a new era of evaluations and testing. Now, we have not gotten there just yet, but what we have achieved is the ability to have the conversation openly. We're going to have the conversation openly. Yeah, bedside is how this whole thing is being held together. When you talk about the healthcare system, bedside nursing is literally the part that holds everything together. I went through it. I feel a lot like I'm a licensed maid. You are. We learned about that in our fundamentals. What's the first thing you learn? You're learning how to give a bath. You're learning how to wash hair, shave, all those things. Okay. Please share the live. Thank you so much. This is the only place that is giving you real updates on the NCLEX conference. Clinical judgment questions are here to stay. Candidates agree that they do reflect real world nursing. Okay. Also, don't forget during the conference, we learned I do offer my video course for everybody. Okay. I don't do one-to-one tutoring, but I do offer my video training course for everyone. Please don't stop. Okay. Get in that course. Case studies are definitely staying. Yes. NCLEX now, the pass rates are available for everyone on the NCBSN dashboard. That was one of the big things that they talked about. They now have a dashboard. Pretty much everything else about the experience is the same. If you pass NCLEX, you will know. If you don't pass NCLEX, you will know, but you'll also get a candidate performance report. So that will be helpful to you. Or that's what they want you to think. All right. We are live from the NCLEX conference, guys. We've been going for 5 hours, and this broadcast is about to end very shortly. So ask me your questions right now, because we are wrapping this thing up. Y'all. I think we learned a lot about NCLEX. We learned a lot about what they want us to do. I was really trying to hold on. I want to confirm there's no place for updates on the NCLEX conference. It's updates of the NCLEX conference is only here. Yeah, so right now I'm going live at the NCLEX conference to give you the latest up-to-date stuff. They did not talk about NCLEX online when people were asking about it. They said that we are not ready to address it. Okay. They said we're not ready to address it. And when we are, they will let everybody know. Okay. So my prediction stands. No NCLEX at home, guys. So the NCLEX that you will be taking will be based off of what you got going on right now. So go ahead and take that NCLEX. Don't wait till it gets harder. Don't wait till it gets harder. You know better than that. Okay, I'm checking in on some things, making sure. Okay, they agreed that they will not be changing the definition of a new nurse. Change a lot of things, but they're not changing the definition of a new nurse. It will be 12 months. So you see how long it took them to tell us that? It took them so long to just tell us that we're not changing it. That's okay. That's all right. We're going to get there. All right. That section is closing up, guys. We're moving on to the next phase of the program. Is this the question and answers? Is this the question and answer section? Let's see. Nope. Not question and answer section now, y'all. The next thing that they're going to talk about now is the item scoring, how everything is scored. And we already know that there are 3 scoring rules, okay? 3 ways that NCLEX is scored, okay? That is going to be what? You get partial credit, you get plus minus credit, right? And rationale. I'm starting the PM program in January at age 56. What can I do to succeed? You need to get in my nursing school program. Get those videos for nursing school. Get your quick facts for nursing school. Okay, get the videos, get the book. By the time you start nursing school in January, you can go over fundamentals. You can go over A&P. You have all those videos watched. You will be able to get ahead of the game. People will already, if you do my video course for nursing school, this is what a person told me. He was going back to school as an accountant. He has my nursing school videos. He said his teachers think that he's already a nurse. Okay. Because of those videos. Some of the other users are using your info to scam people. I believe that. That's why I tell you guys to please follow my channel. You have to be so careful because the scamming is real. And we ain't even got into AI yet. And the scammers are going to go nuts. Yes, I do. I have my books already in Kenya. I have them already in Kenya. So they're ready for you guys. I've been an auto worker for 32 years. I'm scared. Give it a try. What do you have to lose? Someone sent me the info and asked me to Zelle them $3,000. Man, people are so bold. People are so bold. No, I would never ask you to pay that much money. I would never ask you to pay that much. I'm so glad you didn't either. Okay. Yeah, they're scammers. If you want to talk to me, please message me, support@remarreview.com. Support@remarreview.com. Okay, everyone. I'm going to close up this live. I hope that you have enjoyed watching this conference for as much as I have. Send me a DM and I'll give you their number, okay? But the company is Kenyan Nurse Consultants. I hope you have enjoyed spending the morning with me. Okay. If you check out my profile, all of my courses will be there, whether you want the NCLEX or the nursing school courses, the videos will be there. Okay. I am definitely going to keep on talking about it, keep on talking about everything we went over today. Lots to think about. Definitely my favorite live. Cool. That's so cool because I do so many. But yeah, thank you for chilling with me today. I am so appreciative of all the company I had. This is probably my funnest time I had at the NCLEX conference with it being virtual. but I definitely think that we need to get back to physical conferences. Okay. Also, don't forget, I'm doing a special live on Sunday for nurses in Africa, international nurses who are going to be preparing for the 2026-2029 NCLEX for those of you. And I'll be doing that at 12 p.m. Eastern time. All right. I probably will also be doing, I'll be doing multiple updates for this, all the changes that I see here. So check it out. If you follow me on social media, TikTok or YouTube or Facebook, you will see those lives. You will also get notified when I'll be going live. Okay. If you want any of the promotion that we're doing, the promotion that we're doing for the virtual courses is the Tell Me Your Story promotion. Okay. Tell me your story promotion. So if you email me and you tell me your story, then I will give you a remediation plan and also a way to get back into the course with a personal discount. And that'll be based just off of you. So you tell me your story, not in the chat, not in the comments, but it's a private conversation that I'll be having with you. Okay. My YouTube is ReMar for NCLEX, I think, or ReMar, ReMar, yeah, or ReMar Nurse. I think it's one of those ones for YouTube. Okay, so I will see you later, guys. God willing, God willing. And thank you so much for joining me during the 2025 NCLEX conference. We had a great time, so I'm giving it up for all of you who were able to spend all 5 hours with me. Longest live ever, but so much fun, and we learned so much. And I look forward to helping you all pass NCLEX, because remember, you can, you will, and you must pass NCLEX. That is what I always say.